carnival since the pandemic. For this 6-day event, which included a parade, a coronation, a food fair, boat race, and village nights, we partnered with world-renowned Caribbean influencer and content creator Trini Jungle Juice. This partnership solidified our position as one of the best carnivals in the Caribbean. This event live stream and social media engagement reached more than 3 million viewers. Following the success of these earlier events, we recently welcomed the 68th annual St. John celebration, June 26 to July 4, 2022, with media and influencer participation. Additionally, our efforts within the Caribbean and festival space allowed us to ink a 3-year deal with Uber Soca, allowing for the U.S. Virgin Islands to become the cruise's first stop during the upcoming 2023 relaunch. Media coverage for these events has been strong and encouraging. The news releases generated nearly $2 million in advertising value from the St. Thomas Carnival alone. As we move forward within the festival arts industry, we are planning for the Cruising Christmas Festival 2022-2023, slated for December 4, 2022 through January 7, 2023, and other unique events to engage locals and visitors. As you can see, the Division of Festivals' relentless efforts during the pandemic has increased tourism revenues, increased overnight stays, and increased visibility for our destination. Sports tourism. Sports tourism returned to the islands in a big way this fiscal year. International sailing events, such as the St. Thomas International Regatta, continue to draw competitors and visitors to the territory and help solidify the USVI's position as a highly desirable destination for water-based sporting events. The department supports these opportunities to build on the territory's visibility in these active and mobile markets. The second USVI Tennis Cup was held in May 2022 at the Buccaneer Hotel in St. Croix after a 2-year hiatus. Part of the Caribbean Cup Tennis Series, there were 2 consecutive ITF Junior tournaments. More than 300 players, coaches, and spectators attended the 2-week event sponsored by the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. St. Thomas hosted the 2021 Paradise Jam College Basketball Tournament. The men's tournament took place November 2022, November 19th to November 22nd, followed by the women's event from November 25th to the 27th. Games were played at the University of the Virgin Islands Sports and Fitness Center. For the first time ever, Paradise Jam partnered with ESPN, which streamed all games on ESPN3 and ESPN Plus platforms. The YES USVI Basketball Classic for Division II college teams was December 31st, 2021 to January 2nd, 2022 at the Antilles Schools Marin Center in St. Thomas. In June, we celebrated Aaliyah Boston Day in St. Thomas. The local daughter is a college basketball superstar who plays for the South Carolina Gamecocks. The NCAA champion for the South Carolina Gamecocks unveiled a billboard to welcome all travelers to St. Thomas. By blending sports with promotions and marketing, the USVI was selected as one of the locations in the highly coveted 2022 Sports Illustrated Swimsuit Edition. 5 WNBA stars, Sue Bird, Brianna Stewart, Tia Cooper, Nika Ugomike, and Dee Dee Richards posed for photographer Loretta Houston in St. Thomas. St. Croix was featured for the second part of the SI shoot with Camille Kostek, Katrina Scott, and Cammie Crawford. During the last few months, we have increased our brand's exposure through 21 billion media impressions across global media outlets. The USVI partnered with SI for a 3-day event launch of the swimsuit issue in New York City and Hollywood, Florida. We reached more than 500 attendees in both events through branding and promotional items and garnered 25 million social media impressions via coverage from SI. At the New York event, we kicked off a campaign on May 19th with Carvertise, the nation's leading rideshare advertising company. A fleet of 20 vehicles wrapped with stunning beach scenes from our island swarmed the area surrounding the launch party. The Carvertise campaign will continue in the Big Apple streets until mid-July. The eye-popping swimsuit issue launch generated more than 4.4 million impressions in the first month and was featured in industry trade publications. As we pursue new avenues to promote the U.S. Virgin Islands, our team literally and figuratively is driving tourism marketing in an entirely new direction with partnerships such as Sports Illustrated Swimsuit Edition. Marine. The marine industry is an important sector to our overall tourism product, and we continue to market our vibrant charter yachting sector. The marine sector's annual direct and indirect contribution to the U.S. economy is forecasted to approach $100 million. During the height of the pandemic, this sector blossomed because sailing became the ultimate way of social distancing, and the USVI has always been recognized as a safe U.S. harbor. Although the U.S. mainland has the USVI's main market, we experienced marine gains on the international side too. We were able to welcome sailors from other destinations that were closed during the pandemic. Our tireless outreach to the marine industry is paying dividends. For example, the Moorings, one of the world's premier yacht charter companies, established charter operations in St. Thomas for the 2021 charter season. Moreover, the Moorings continue its decade-long sponsorship of the St. Thomas International Regatta set in March of this year. This dedicated patronage comes on the heels of the Clearwater, Florida headquartered company's greater investment in the territory by opening a charter base at IGY's Yacht Haven Grand, St. Thomas, nearly a year ago. The USVI Charter Yacht Show occurred November 7th to 10th, 2021 at Yacht Haven Grand at the St. Thomas Marina, and it will return this November. Last month, we hosted the International Optimist Regatta from June 13th to 19th. A fleet of about 108 to 15-year-old sailors from Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and several U.S. states competed in an 8-foot-long single-sail Optimus during this trio of events in St. Thomas. IGY Marinas partnered with the International Yacht Brokers Association, hosted the Caribbean Charter Yacht Show in December 2021 at IGY's Marina's flagship marina, Yacht Haven Grand in St. Thomas. This successful event will return to St. Thomas December 8 to 11, 2022. The Department of Tourism recently announced a 3-year partnership with Uber Soca Cruise, widely known in the Caribbean as the largest soca fete on the sea. Uber Soca ships will start coming to the USVI in 2023. Travel trade and marketing sales. Travel advisors are a trusted source for information and booking travel for many people, and the dependency on using travel advisors has increased since the onset of the pandemic. To ensure we are arming travel advisors with the most updated information about the U.S. Virgin Islands so that they can, in turn, sell packages to their clients, we lean deeply on the Department of Tourism's Travel Agency Specialist Program. We grew the program and now have more than 10,000 travel advisors who are certified USVI specialists. Through webinars, trainings, trade shows, and presentations, we have been in contact with about 1,800 travel advisors and increased our travel agent engagement year over year by 800%. Our team created and implemented a charter yacht familiarization program, which brought agents to sell charter yacht vacations to the USVI to experience the product and facilitate business relationships between the advisors and the marine industry suppliers. Additionally, we increased the USVI's brand awareness by participating in multiple sailing and yachting shows throughout the fiscal year. Meeting, conventions, and incentives. Meetings industry recovery is in full swing, but stresses and strains are evident. All the indicators suggest that 2023 and 2024 will be great years for this segment of the industry. However, we can't deny the challenges of a new business reality, such as labor shortages, travel disruptions, and supply chain issues. According to the North Star Meetings Group CVent Meetings Industry Pulse Survey, June 2022, 70% of planners report they are booking and actively sourcing for programs. During this fiscal year, we doubled down our focus on business events and sales and marketing for the Department of Tourism. We have confirmed 9 programs representing 2,780 room nights and 9 and $85.6 million in room revenue. There's more than $1 million in business in the pipeline to confirm, which potentially can bring in more than 2,000 room nights to the territory this year. In conclusion, I extend appreciation for the hard-working Department of Tourism team for its support and efforts during these unprecedented times. Senators, as global tourism continues its gradual return, the Department of Tourism intends to keep its sights on remaining competitive in the marine, leisure, and MICE sectors. The focus includes strengthening our partnerships across the entire spectrum of tourism and hospitality stakeholders. We will be actively and strategically engaged in traditional and digital advertising, sales, marketing, public relations, and community involvement. We will also continue to work closely with the private sector to improve and add offerings to our destination. Please see our detailed fiscal 2023 priorities beginning on page 29 of this budget hearing document. And to support those goals, we are requesting a budget of $30,097,941. To the 34th Legislature, we look forward to working with you to ensure the U.S. Virgin Islands continues to shine as a prime travel destination. Thank you for this opportunity to present the fiscal year 2022 recap and the fiscal 2023 budget recommendations. We stand ready to address any inquiries or concerns you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go directly into a 6-minute round, and we'll begin with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all of my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Commissioner Bushwalter.
Morning.
And your support staff there. And thank you so much for that comprehensive testimony. I see you guys are doing a lot, making a lot of great moves. Much appreciated. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's go to the post-out report quickly before I go to the testimony for questions. On page 5 of 14, on our fiscal year 23 budget summary, I see here on the other services and charge for fiscal year 23, the recommendation is $26,206,728. What on the other services and charge, what does that encompass? Because I see on a personal services you have 2.3 million, fringe benefit 1.1. That's like 87% of your budget. What's inclusive of that category, may I ask?
Yep. I'm going to ask Assistant Commissioner Alani Henneman-Tadman to speak specifically to that.
Okay, please.
Good morning, Alani Henneman-Tadman, Assistant Commissioner, for the record.
Morning.
You're asking, and I just want to make sure for clarification, because I was looking for the post-audit. You're asking questions about other services and charges under fiscal year 2023?
Yes.
That is the marketing budget.
Okay.
Specifically.
Okay, very well. That explains it. Okay. On page 7, those 3 new positions that's unclassified, what are those positions?
The unclassified position,
The 3 new ones, yeah.
they are one on St. Croix, which falls under visitor experience,
Okay.
and then one on St. John, which falls under visitor experience, and one on St. Thomas, which falls under visitor experience.
Okay, very well. You have any vacancies?
Yes, we have vacancies. We have the admin director on St. Thomas. We have a marketing coordinator on St. Croix and a director of visitor experience on St. Croix as well. Those are the current vacancies at this time.
How long have they been those positions been vacant?
The director of admin is a little over a year, and the other 2 are maybe just coming to a year or just under a year.
We can't find anyone for those positions for such a long time. What's going on?
We are trying, actually, we added new positions to the budget, and we have a drive as soon as we finish with the budget and everything is established to start reinvigorating our workforce. I'm sure we're going to find people, but overall, we're finding that fiscal positions for accounting and admin have been hard to fill territory-wide. As you know, there's a shortage in the workforce.
Okay, I'm sure my colleague and I, we full of resumes. We'll be sending you something, okay?
No, we look forward to them.
Go
Thank
to
you.
page 10. In respect to your contract listing, I see there is several names, etc., but it does not state what type of contract it is, what they do, how long the contract is for, etc. For instance, you have Aloma Dawson, 90,000, Cushan Point, 121, Kishma Victoria Count, 70,000, La Vida Count. I mean, what are they doing for those salaries? There's no description.
Okay, no problem. Aloma Dawson, Kimisha Victoria Counts, La Vida Consulting, Lisa Posey, and SCW Consulting are all our sales team contracts.
Sales team contract?
Yes, and those are one-year contracts. We're actually working with PMP right now to streamline those contracts so they all expire at the same time, so that when we renew our sales team, they just go forward and we're not splitting month to month. This person started this month versus another month.
So at the end of the contract, we evaluate, and how does that work?
We evaluate every month. They have to send in monthly reports. The contract scope of work have specific guidelines of the amount of engagement they have to have per month, the amount of people they have to engage with, etc.
And do you know the return on your investment in terms of those contracts, based on the goals set by the contract, the terms? Do you have a return, some type of way to gauge if you're getting a return on investment, basically?
Yes.
Okay,
Based on the way we have to report for the government for the KPIs and within the testimony, when we talk about our travel agent program, these are the field workers who pull in the agents, get them to do the classes, also attend the trade shows and the different sales events. And so when we do our impressions and our sales team initiatives and our target audience of the amount of people we engage with, that's how the success of this team is measured.
30 seconds.
Okay, very well. Page 11 of 14, the Tourism Impress Fund balance. And it's stated that no information was submitted to the post editor for this fund. Do you have the balance for this fund? And what is it used for?
The Empress Fund balance, I don't have that at hand, but I can get that for you. The Empress Fund is used for small purchases within the department. If we have an issue with entertainment or stranded passenger, those kind of expenses.
Okay, very well. Through the chair, you can sit and in closing, Mr. Chair. I know my time is called just now.
Time.
Thank you. Commissioner, you spoke in your testimony about a MOU with Royal Caribbean that was signed for Crown Bay. That's going to add 70% more passengers. That's impressive, and I appreciate that. But what about WICO? Do we have anything in the works for WICO?
Well, WICO's business has begun to improve on the cruise side. The ships that have agreements with WICO, Carnival Cruise Corporation, Norwegian Cruise Line, Disney Cruise Line, all had a later start than Royal Caribbean. So they're now all sailing at full capacity or almost full capacity. Expectations on the WICO side is that their book of business is expected to be over $1 million for fiscal year 2023, which is a significant jump up from where we are today at the Westinian Company Limited.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So how many calls do we have at WICO for the 2023 cruise ship season?
Off the top of my head, and we could get the exact number to you, it's roughly a little under 300 and expecting about total passengers of around 900,000.
Is there 900,000 at WICO, and how much projected at?
Crown Bay?
Yes.
We just had a committee meeting yesterday, and the numbers that were provided are a little over 600,000 for the fiscal year, and calls of somewhere over 150. So a significant jump as a direct result, as Senator Balida mentioned, of the MOU with Royal Caribbean.
Okay.
And for St. Croix at Frederickstead, expected to have for fiscal year 2023 46 calls and approximately 138,000 passengers. So a significant increase in St. Croix as well.
46 calls with Royal or 46?
Predominantly Royal Caribbean. So between Royal Caribbean and Celebrity Cruise.
Okay. And how much overall?
They pretty much have all the business in St. Croix. And that's one of the things that we have a focus on from tourism to speak with the other lines about coming into to St. Croix.
Okay. I was at an event at the Port Authority, and I heard it. Chief executive speak to calls in Frederickson, and he mentioned 121 calls to Frederickson. Is that information factual?
Well, what I can tell you, we had a committee meeting yesterday. It's the executive director provided to us in the committee 138,000 passengers, and I'm pretty sure he said 46 calls. So he had new information. I don't know when that meeting was, but yesterday morning we had this meeting.
Okay. So I'd like to also recognize Senator Francis. Thank you for coming. And Senator DeGraff, committee member, please mark him as present. Did we lose 21 Oasis-class ships for WICO because of the dredging?
Yes. WICO lost ships that they could not provide the berth as requested because of the situation with the channel and the Churning Basin.
And the Oasis-class ship holds how many passengers?
Approximately 6,000. And they have discussions with Royal Caribbean to have an Oasis stretch, which might get up close to 7,000 coming up in the upcoming years.
Okay, so that's a loss of like 120,000 passengers to St. Thomas.
Potentially, but remember now, for right now, the ships are sailing 50 to 60% occupancy. So it'd be less, but total plate on the ships, correct.
Okay. And I'll go to the next senator in 1 minute, but I just want to finish with this Oasis class. What is the status of the permits? Do you know?
As far as I know, the permits are still awaiting final approval. It's something that is an urgent matter. I could speak from sitting on the WICO board and sitting on the Port Authority board and as tourism commissioner, in the sense that you can't begin to even do the work without the permits, right? And what we've seen is as the industry comes back, ships are calling. I mean, so cars are coming in for 24, 25, and it's difficult for you as a port entity to commit if you don't know if you could take the ships. The WICO board, the Port Authority board had a meet down. Members had a meet, and tourism had a meeting with the governor a couple of weeks ago, specifically to speak on an action plan for the dredge. One of the concerns is on a parallel course is coming up with the funding. There's work from Government House on a potential funding stream, which hopefully...
The funding stream was supposed to be the federal monies.
It was supposed to be the federal monies, but apparently, based on the last series of conversations, those monies are tabled. I believe they're going to go back to ask for them, but I don't think that we can wait for that to happen, particularly for the channel and harbor Churning Basin dredging.
Okay, so we got official notice that we cannot utilize the federal funds for the dredging projects?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen official notice. The conversations were centered around finding a new funding source. So I believe that at least right now, with the sense of urgency, a solution is to get other funds, and then if you get to go back and claw back to get them, you go back.
I think the new funding source was just to try to expedite the process, but not the fact that it's not going to be funded by those federal funds under HUD. I ask these questions because the paperwork for the dredging sat in the Housing Finance Authority for over a year and a half. The Port Authority was trying to move it. I'm not sure why, I think they were also trying to get it moved. And it sat in this government for more than a year and a half. It's 3.5 years I've been begging to submit the permits. And I've heard all type of excuses. Oh, it's a different tranche of money, it's this, it's that. And then we finally submitted the paperwork sometime last year after sitting on it for years. And now when the merchants write the letters and say we're losing the 21 ships, then it became such a priority, oh, we're going to look for this fund. But when we're telling you before to submit the permits and make this an urgent matter, it just sat for a year and a half. And then they took the St. Croix portion and they said, oh, we're going to put that in the mitigation funds. And we don't have that tranche yet, so that's down the road and we don't have to submit it. And we have to beg again, please submit all of the permits. If you get it, it's good for a number of years. We could find the funding source. So now when the uproar hit, then you hear, oh, we're going to see how we could make it urgent and we're going to fund it and we have to find local funds now because we didn't do what we're supposed to do to get this project expedited. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues and good morning to the testifiers. And
Morning.
good morning
Good
to the people of Virgin Islands. Commissioner Buscelti, what would you say has been your biggest accomplishment this year?
I would say the team's biggest accomplishment, and as a tourism team, has been our consistent success in terms of our overnight product, and that's supported by the data of the average daily rate and the revenue per available room and the consistent growth in our airlift to the territory. That shows that our strategies have been effective, and what's most important as a tourism destination management organization is ultimately people make the decision to travel. So I would say that would be the biggest one.
And what has been your biggest challenge in the FY22?
The biggest challenge for us right now continues to be COVID-19, along with the realities of COVID. There are, with travel, there continues to be disruptions in terms of cancellations and flights, delays. We in the territory have seen our fair share of flights canceled into the territory. And anytime you have those types of headwinds, pun intended, in the business, it creates levels of concern. As we move towards fiscal 23, we are very worried about high inflation and high fuel costs and what it could do to the traveling public, particularly the U.S. traveler, which represents 95% of our business.
I hear you. And let's talk about a little bit about the travel screen portal. What was the cost of that?
The cost of it, it was incepted in July of 2020, and total cost, to get it up and running was somewhere around 200,000+. And each iteration, there was a cost of anywhere between 40 and 60,000 to upgrade the technology. And then there were maintenance costs on the actual portal of roughly a little under 50,000 a month in terms of 24-hour maintenance of the portal, in terms of having the actual portal work, but then also having a 24-hour call center available. I think many of us on the tourism team especially can fully appreciate being called many mornings at 4 or 5 o'clock when people were making their trips out and they didn't get a green code or something like that. So that's roughly where it is, what the costs were. And we could provide that information to you, Senator.
Please do, through the chair. And was that covered through COVID funds?
The majority of it is expected to be reimbursed through COVID. We put together all our receipts and information and a reason why we believe it should be covered by COVID funds, and then it's submitted to the Department of Health.
In regards to your appropriation for FY22, we have various acts, like you mentioned in your testimony, 8494, 8473, 8474, and 8451. What's outstanding to be given to these organizations, and some of them are government agencies? For example, and we've received, especially in my office, numerous calls from some of the nonprofit organizations that they've been trying to use these funds, but they haven't received them yet. What's the holdup with that?
Well, right now, to my knowledge, we don't have any agency or nonprofit that is awaiting funds as a result of tourism not executing our requirement in the process.
2 minutes.
Generally, what happens is an agency or a nonprofit sends a letter to tourism requesting release of the funds. Our team puts the paperwork in and sends it to the Office of Management and Budget, and then we are out of the process. So if we go ahead and do what we do based upon a request that comes in writing, then unless a particular agency or nonprofit comes back to the Department of Tourism, we would not know whether or not the funds were released.
So, for example, I've received calls from Chant that is owed $15,000. They have submitted all the proper documentations. I know Three Kings Tradition also had to submit documentations twice, the same documentations, because the first time the department couldn't find those. You also have Clean Sweep Frederickstead that have not received the $40,000 that was appropriated by this body. And most of the issues that they've been, the response getting, I should say, it's been with the Department of Tourism.
Yeah, we can answer that question, Senator, and we own any responsibility we have in the process. However, the paperwork, to my knowledge, has been submitted to the tourism and moved on, but I'll ask Assistant Commissioner Alini Henneman-Tadman to give more specifics on those particular requests.
Alani
Yes,
Henneman
please.
Tadman. Senator, to date, we have submitted all necessary paperwork on our side to release all of the appropriations. Also keep in mind that all of these organizations have to show their current business license and all documents required to process these funds.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes that's where delays may arise. But to date, we have sent all the documentation necessary in to release all our funding that
Time.
is appropriated through our department.
Well, we really need to get this cleared up. Our office has received copies, and we've been copied on emails that have been sent to the Department of Tourism. OMB is saying that it's tourism. Tourism is saying that it's OMB. OMB is saying that it's the nonprofits. We just need to get these organizations, the funds have been allocated and appropriated to them. They're doing work in the territory. They're partnering with the government. And we need their services that they're providing. So we just need to get to the bottom of this and ensure that they receive the funds that have been appropriated to them. Mr. Chair, thank you for your time. I'll wait if there's a second round.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Which of those nonprofits have you sent? Because I think he was very specific in reference to some of the entities that have been reaching out to us, to include Landmark Society.
Can I let...
Which ones have we sent? Have we sent Landmark Society to OMB?
Yes, we have, Senator.
In the amount of?
In the amount of what was in looking for the appropriate, I think it's 275 based on the three. There we go. So Landmark is 250, and it was under 3 different acts that they were given money, and we sent the information in April and reminded them in May, specifically for St. Croix Landmark Society, because as doing our due diligence, these are our partners, and these are the people we work with to promote the territory, and we want to make sure that they have the funding necessary, especially when we're getting calls about WIM and the importance of WIM as a St. Croix attraction.
So you answered the second part of my question before I asked the question.
Yeah, Senator, if I could...
Cultural history, archive, we got to keep WIM going, and they have been waiting for their monies. They have been contemplating reducing staff, etc. So I will now follow up with OMB to see where those monies are. Three Kings Day.
We've submitted all the paperwork, and we will do our due diligence as our team to follow back up to make sure that and report if it's a matter of documents or where it is in the process.
Okay, because I did call OMB about that particular entity, and they do a good job in the neighborhood. The name doesn't correlate with all the work that they actually do, school giveaways to students, different activities within the neighborhood. And They said that they had not received the package from tourism.
Well, Senator, that's something that we continue to address inside our office, right? So because the Act's name tourism as a funded source, right? So we have a role, right? But we don't release the money. So
Correct.
when the
I know
information
that.
comes
Right.
in, we do it because I personally have received multiple calls from board members about the funds, and some of the calls have been pretty aggressive towards us, and it's not us, right? So what we do is we try to go ahead and get the money to the sources. But I think one of the things that we probably need to do as a team to help is to before fiscal 23 comes out, is to have an orientation with all of these nonprofits that receive monies to let them know what the process is to receive the money. Because as Assistant Commissioner Henneman Tadman mentioned, not all of them are in compliance with what is required by the government to release. So
And
that's something.
those I'm not worried about.
Okay, good.
They need to be in compliance. If they're not in compliance, I can't worry about them because they haven't done what they're supposed to do. But I'm talking about the landmark and all of those others who are in compliance and who have submitted the documentation. Some of those monies come out of the hotel occupancy tax, right? That's the
All of it.
All of it.
and that's what I'm saying. You know, I mean, it's there. You just read the fund balance for the hotel occupancy tax, and it's what $59 million. You know, so it's not that we don't have the monies. So we shouldn't be nickel and dime in these entities that provide a service to the Virgin Islands on a regular basis. I hope that we could get that worked out. Before I go to the next, Senator, what's your total number of employees?
I want to say 40.
And how much?
Yeah, it is 40 employees. It's
How many in St. Thomas? How many in St. Croix?
the breakdown. I let me go through and get back to you.
Okay.
But off of the top of my head, it's one St. John. We have, I believe, 6 in St. Croix.
So 1 St. John, 6 in St. Croix,
2 offshore,
2 offshore,
and then the balance it would be St. Thomas.
22 in St. Thomas.
Yes.
And you seek to hire
We
9 new positions?
It's the 3 vacant and then the 6 new positions, correct?
I think it's 9.
Okay, I will come back to that. If you look on page 12 or 14, I'm seeing 9 new positions.
Yeah, I think it's 9 new
9?
positions and,
Oh,
and
yes,
three
sorry.
three
'cause some of
vacant.
them are
Correct.
doubled.
Okay.
Correct.
What's the breakdown of those 9 new positions?
The new positions are, if you look on page 35, it's a new meetings special events director, which will cover the MICE market as we outlined in the testimony. And then if you look, it's the public relations manager position. Then we have 2 fiscal analysts to support admin. And then there is there are 2 meetings, special events director positions. And then I know I'm missing one because there's a new social media manager position as well.
Okay, no visitor experience director?
And that one is the visitor experience was an established position that needs to be filled.
Yeah, that's a vacant position on St.
That's a
Croix.
vacant one.
That's needs to be filled.
We're interviewing. We have individuals in the pool that we're looking at to fill that position.
We plan to advertise fully at the end of starting next week on the majority of these positions, especially the vacant ones that we have funding for. Of course, we can't do anything with the new ones yet, but we do plan to aggressively move on the visitor experience positions and the fiscal positions.
Okay. And of the 9 positions, how many to St. Croix? You're very light on St. Croix. If you want to expand the tourism scope on St. Croix, you only have 6 employees. How many employees
Agreed.
are you planning to add?
I would say that at least half would be on St. Croix, We have space. We just are in the final process, and maybe Assistant Commissioner Wadley could speak to an office that we're opening in Christiansted. So we'll have space, an office in Christiansted and Fredericksted. And because the St. Croix campaign, A Vibe Like No Other, continues to be a major focus for us, we will continue to ramp up the staffing and St. Croix. In addition, we just mentioned the increase in cruise traffic that's expected.
Right,
So there are lots of things happening for us to fill those positions.
So I think you need to probably make it 75% going to St. Croix, which will give you like 6 of those 9 positions. So you'll have 12 on St. Croix and 25 on St. Thomas. You got to.
No, agreed. If we could
This
find
is
the
a
people.
tourist destination, I know, but if we're going to build tourism on St. Croix, we need to expand this up. I didn't even realize it's 6. My God. I mean, how do you function? You know, you're an important entity. You generate a tremendous amount of money. So I heard you say that up to May, you have collected 29 million, but it's now 34 in June. So this is going to be a record year. We're going to collect more than $40 million in hotel occupancy tax. You know, so we need to now see what we need to do to enhance the product. And if we need to hire some additional individuals, you're generating a lot more money. So even if you carve out 500,000-600,000 to expand the number of individuals that you have on St. Croix to be able to capture that visitor experience and what we need to do or what we need to expand, we have the monies. So it won't be an issue. Quickly tell me about the office, Assistant Commissioner Hanson Watley.
Yes, we do have a second location that we're working on in the Christiansted area.
Do we have a lease?
Yes, we do have a lease signed already.
Okay, then name the place.
Excuse me?
Then you could name the place. I didn't want the name if you didn't have a lease, but since you have a lease, we could name the place. Where is it?
It's on King Street in Christiansted, next door to the Pentony building.
Okay, next door to the Pentony building.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what we're working on right now to expand efforts on St. Croix. So we should be in that area within the next month or two. We're just doing some, moving in to have some equipment and stuff moved into the building so that we're able to work out to the space.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good morning, testifiers. Thank you all
Morning.
for being here. First off, I want to say congratulations for all the hard work that the Department of Tourism is doing right now as far as for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Of course, everything is not perfect. There's always room for improvement. So I will speak about some of the things that I would like to see improve. First off, you made mention, I think I heard Ms. Alani Todman mention that there's a position for social media manager. If I'm not mistaken, is it filled?
No, sorry.
You're good.
Alani Henneman Tadman. It is a new position that we added to the budget for this fiscal year.
And in the meantime, who is the one dealing with the social media presence?
Between Director Turnbull, Desiree Wilkes, and our public relations office, and sometimes Miles Partnership, they handle social media.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And I'm hoping and praying that once we pass this budget, that we get that position filled. Like I said, there's always room for improvement. I'm always on social media. I realize that we do not have a Twitter page, but I realize that we do have an Instagram page and a Facebook page.
We do have a Twitter
Only
page,
one.
Senator. We have a
So what
Twitter
is it?
page. It's at Visit USVI.
What-
Visit USVI is the Twitter handle. We have
Okay, thank you.
Twitter,
When I typed it in-
Instagram, YouTube, Pinterest, and we just started a TikTok. And we have the Facebook as well.
Okay, well, I'm happy to know that because when I typed in U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, I did not see it. So I guess something is wrong with the information that you have there. But I should be able to type in those words and find that Twitter page.
Yes, it's under Visit USVI. It's the hashtag. If you do at Visit USVI, you should be able to find it.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. And I know that every year in the budget we put $1 million for sports tourism, and I know most of the times Paradise Jam benefits from that and other initiatives. But can you speak to what can we expect in the year 2023? As you know, on the island of St. Croix, we have the FIFA Soccer Stadium. Do you have any partnerships with them so they can tap into this when it comes to sports tourism? Are you having any conversations with them?
Senator Joba Schulte, Commissioner, we have not had any direct conversations with FIFA and St. Croix about the pitch. However, we do speak about the pitch on St. Croix when we have conversations around sports tourism. So we've had conversations to discuss potential soccer teams coming to the island of St. Croix, lacrosse teams, to utilize the high quality facility which the pitch represents. We continue to push towards figuring out how we can grow sports tourism on St. Croix. Sports tourism is a three-pronged chair. The first is the facilities, the second is airlift, and the third is hotels. So if you don't have all three of those, it's difficult to move any particular sports tourism activity.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And please, if you want me to set it up for you, those guys have been reaching out to me, and they're looking forward to some partnership. What I love about the FIFA soccer team or management team, they are independent. They don't come with their hands out. All they want is for the government of the Virgin Islands to assist them to enhance their product and what they have going on. They never came to us asking for a red cent. So all they need is help with marketing and advertising so we can make sure that we have individuals from all over the world come and stay in our hotels and our Airbnbs. And of course, as you know, once they come here, we collect money from the taxes for the hotel occupancy, rental cars. They come here and enjoy our restaurants and what have you. So it's a revenue generator, and it's definitely going to benefit the Department of Tourism. So
2 minutes.
Reaching out to you regarding. And when it comes to our overall hotel occupancy, I went online for the Bureau of Economic Research, but it's up until May 2022 as far as the data. Do you have the current numbers as far as our total hotel occupancy for all three islands?
We only have up and through May officially. We expect to get June, probably sometime. What would you say, Alani, when BR comes in with that?
Usually by month's end.
Yeah, so 60 days is generally the time frame before we get all the official information in. So anecdotally, I could tell you that the hotels are still doing strong in terms of their occupancy rates. However, we are beginning to see some negative impact in terms of the cancellations and inflation in the U.S. So we saw a slight constriction in May. We anticipate seeing a slight constriction in June. But the numbers are still very strong.
Well, I'm hoping and praying that this administration really buckle down when it comes to the conversation as far as St. Croix getting new hotel development, because hotel occupancy tax is one of the main things that the Department of Tourism depends on. And are you aware of the conversation that is being had with Director Carlton Dow and the new project there at the Henry E. Rollson Airport when it comes to a hotel on the island of St. Croix?
Yes.
How is that conversation going? Because you know that it's going to generate revenues, and revenues is what we're talking about when it comes to this budget.
Yeah, I know of it as a board member to the VI Port Authority, so I'm not involved in the day-to-day conversations with Executive Director Dow and the developer. I have spoken to the developer around potential marketing and direction for the island of St. Croix. The last conversation we had, they were still moving forward with the project, but I don't have any specifics as to timing.
Time.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I just want to close by saying my line of question, of course, was focused around the hotel occupancy tax and sports tourism, because that's going to generate revenues. And if you're speaking about a budget, we want to make sure you have all the resources that you need and having the necessary conversations with the private sector to make sure we have individuals staying in our hotels and our Airbnbs. And I just want to say congratulations on your new partnership with the Uber Soca Cruise team. And if I'm not mistaken, the government of the Virgin Islands are going to be the partner with them for 2023, 2024, and 2025. And you were just answer this question. Have you done an assessment to find out what kind of revenues we are expecting when it comes to Uber Soca Cruise coming to the U.S. Virgin Islands?
We haven't finalized it yet. We are in the process of finalizing the contract that determines some of the specifics you're talking about, i.e., specific events on the ground when the ship comes to the USVI, what type of promotional impact we will have throughout the other sailings that don't come to this part of the Caribbean. So we will have some good, solid numbers on the ROI expectations within the next 45 days.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leniency, and I look forward to seeing which island it is. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Commissioner, in reference to the selection of the developer for Hotel in the Key, that was made how long ago?
Wow. I would say over a year for sure, probably a little longer. I haven't been involved in that process. I wasn't part of the selection committee, but I have had conversations with the developer and conversations around it. Again, not in negotiations, but more from a tourism direction, macro, how we plan to advertise, what we plan to market. So I don't know any of the specifics on it, except what we have in the testimony that we expect it to be finalized in the near future.
Okay, so over a year ago, I think it was probably almost a year and a half, they still don't have a lease. The developers still don't have a lease for the property, so they don't have the go-ahead. That lease need to come to the legislature because it's a long-term lease for Hotel in the Key, and we are eagerly awaiting that lease so we could develop that piece of property that is in a prime location. But it's been a year and a half, and I think they're connected to the King Christian Hotel, the individuals who are going to be developing Hotel in the Key, and they also recently purchased the Anchor Inn and the Kings Alley Hotel. So this is a group that is ready to move. They're ready to renovate Hotel in the Key, but they're waiting for a lease in the government of the Virgin Islands. That I know they're in discussion, but the discussions have been only about 18 months. Senator Kenny Gittins is here with us. Want to thank him for joining us. And Senator General Sarro, you're present. Thank you for coming. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I was listening intent. I want to hear a little bit about the employees first. I like to know about, you can't run your operation, the great operation that you're running, without employees. So in terms of, I noticed you have three classified persons?
Yes.
They're not unionized?
Yes,
they are. Okay, have they union negotiated or in the process of?
Ms. Henneman-Tadman, you
Sure.
want to?
Alani Henneman-Tadman, if you look on page 35, the lump sum that's on the bottom under the personnel outline
Right, I saw
is
that.
the increase for those staff members that were negotiated. But we have to wait until they do all the negotiations, and then they'll
No, see,
add the increases.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I mentioned that to some other departments and they told me, no, they have to wait until they negotiate and then they decide, then the pot of money is gone and then they can't get the money. So you put it aside.
We put it aside.
I like that. Boy, departments follow what tourism doing. I like that. Okay, so and then for the other personnel who are exempt, any wage increases in process for the exempt employees?
The commissioner approved increases for all the staff. It's the other lump sum that's on page 35. So once our budget is finalized and we can move forward with the governor's blessing, he will increase everyone in the department except for himself.
Okay, and like I said, that's what I want to hear. Yeah, again, people figure, hey, we exempt. No, we're gonna walk you to debt like everybody else, and we're gonna pay you. So again, it should go across the board. Have you had any persons who have left the organization, the department, retirement, or just who decide to leave?
Yeah, we've had a couple departures during COVID.
How many, if you have?
Off the top of my head, 3. We had
Three,
two on St. Croix and one on St. Thomas.
Any retirements?
No retirements.
Okay. All right. Okay, cool. Now, I was also listening to, we talk about getting in hotels. I'm all for give St. Croix what they need. They need 12 employees, give them 12. They need to get us going for the hotel to get her on the key. Let's get her going because I'm saying it's for the Virgin Islands. But I really haven't heard, and maybe while I was there, first of all, I do apologize for being late. But the Airbnb product has really soared since 2020, since the hurricane, since the pandemic. Now, are we doing anything to enhance the Airbnb product in the territory through tourism?
Yeah, well, we track it very closely in terms of inventory availability. Right now, we are one of the few destinations that actually have more sharing economy rooms and inventory than traditional hotel rooms. And we have been performing very well based on our data tracking of the average daily rate for our Airbnb space. I think that we continue to monitor the quality for the experiences. Airbnb and sharing the VRBO, home away from home, it's a little more difficult for us to track the actual experiences because you don't have a traditional brand that you could go to for corporate to say this is what's going on. But what we hear on average are very
2
solid
minutes.
in terms of the reviews for Airbnb, and that's sharing economy space. So, we especially after hurricanes Irma, Maria, that what is helped boost tourism on the overnight side until the hotels came back, the Westin, the Ritz, for example, DV and St. Croix. But we do know we need to continue to have that quality, and we need the rooms until we could get some new properties in both districts.
And that's good. And like I said, let's not forget the local end, and that's the Airbnb and those. On page 6 of the Post Auditor's report, it had a unclassified vacant. It has one. Was there a vacancy prior to when this was put together, and then 2 more came up, or is this a typo? It just said it because I heard it was 3.
Oh, yeah, we had a resignation for that position. So we are going to market it coming up in the next couple of weeks. Paperwork is ready to be submitted.
Okay, so it's 1, not 3.
Well, that
Vacancy.
position is one
That
of the
one,
ones
okay.
that left, yes.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. You and I, Commissioner, had a conversation in regards to the David Canton retired police chief building on Veteran Drive, the old USO building. In terms of, I was understanding that USO, the David Canton building, you're talking about looking to renovate it. Do you have that money budgeted to do any renovations on that building?
We don't have the money budgeted, but we do have, monies that we could put towards it because we like as I mentioned, Senator, when we spoke, we like the building. It's right next to our tourism main office, and clearly we'd like to see the work done on it and the USO space. I think it's
bathroom facility, everything.
So we fixed the bathroom facilities.
Okay,
so tourism has fixed the bathroom facilities. What we have not done, because we can't, is the Canton building and the USO because it's under lease to another group, the nonprofit group.
Vernon retired police. Okay, I'll set up we can have a conversation, man. Again,
Time.
so we can work on that. And if I may, Mr. Chair, finally,
You may, go ahead.
In contract listings. Now, I'm looking at the Post Auditor report from 2022 and the one for 2023. There are some differences in contract listings. Like, for instance, we have advertising and promotion in 2022. I don't see it in the 2023 contract listings. You still have that contract, or?
Well,
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Senator. Let me just explain it to you. It's a little complicated, right? So the original agency of record, we didn't renew the contract. We did an RFP through our CBDG monies, and we hired a new marketing firm through the RFP process. That firm has been doing very good work for us. We still are trying to finalize funds to extend the contract per our original agreement. Those monies seem to be in the HFA HUD, abyss. So we are trying now to utilize tourism advertising revolving funds. So we're in discussions with property and procurement to have the contract amended to allow us to do that, so we keep the services. We have a RFP for our agency of record for marketing that is expected that is finalized in tourism, that we send into PNP to begin the RFP process on that side. So the reason why the monies are not there in it is we anticipate having somewhere around $5 million budgeted to that. But as we get closer to the RFP process, we'll fill in that number.
Okay, because like I said, that was for 15 million, six and change. Okay,
Well, that was a combination of marketing and public relations.
Okay, so that's not budgeted, that's not being paid anymore. We're not paying that anymore.
Well, not the full amount. No, we have not. And that's one of the reasons why you would see, if you look at our overall budget numbers, where we requested 26 million or something, you'll see that we're not near that number. And it's because we don't have that firm in, but we do need it because we anticipate hiring.
So what are we still paying? And you can answer in the chair time. Thank you for the time and the leniency, Mr. Chair. Yeah, what are we still paying?
Yeah, roughly right now, our marketing services through the agency are somewhere around $2.5 million. The bulk of it was paid through CBDG monies. The monies that come out of the tourism advertising revolving fund over the last 12 months or so, I would say is somewhere around $300,000 to $400,000, primarily for website, rework, and some other smaller activities. But the large marketing campaign was funded through CBDG. Now, we do have a payable of almost $2 million in marketing funds that we are trying to pay that were used in the first half of 2022 that we were expecting to be paid from the CBDG monies. That there is I don't know the right word, but we can't get the payment done. So we have to try now to make them whole and not go dark in this particular space. So we are moving with property and procurement to have the contract amended so we could pay out of the tourism advertising revolving fund. And then moving forward, clearly we need to make sure that we continue our advertising through the summer and the fall and into the winter season so we don't lose any of the momentum here. So we have allocated an additional $5 million for that to happen as we move forward. So the conversations are in play with the Department of Property and Procurement on amendment of the contract. We are still having conversations with Housing Finance Authority on how we can ensure that the monies that were pledged to tourism can still come to us. But as we testify today, we can't stop the ball from bouncing. So we're pushing, trying to find other ways to make sure that we keep active in the market.
Which company is this? I come right now, Senator.
Miles Partnership.
Miles Partnership. That's the name of the company we're using all the time? Which company
No,
were using
we were
with
using,
the guy from Barbados? What's the name?
Oh, that was Marketplace Excellence, and they terminated their relationship with the government and tourism effective February 2022.
Well, what was the reason?
No, they terminated this year.
What was the reason for Market? I thought you had a wonderful relationship with Marketplace Excellence. What was the reason why they terminated? Was it because they're not being paid? Did we owe them a large amount of monies and they got exhausted with waiting?
We had a payable to them. We made whole on the payable.
No, we made whole on the payable after they terminated the agreement?
Correct. So we had monies that were owed to them. We explained to them what the situation was in terms of payment. And
that's the same with the federal funds?
No, that was all tourism advertising funds.
So with $59 million, why did we have a payable to them and we have more than enough money that we could have keep them current? They were very aggressive with the job they were doing for the Virgin Islands.
They were aggressive. They just chose to move in a different direction, and we moved to a different direction as well. I mean,
I think it's more than that. I think they were frustrated. They were not being paid. They know that they were owed, and they were doing work on a regular basis and not getting paid. So who is doing the job that Marketplace Excellence was doing? Who filled the void?
We have a company called DCI that has been hired to fill that void right now.
And they have experience in the tourism market?
Very strong. And have been performing very well in the 3 months they've been on since MPE moved on.
And do we have an outstanding payable for DCI?
We do have an outstanding payable for DCI.
Why are we having outstanding payables? I'm trying to understand this wrong because the monies are there to pay. So why are we owing them money? We don't have to depend. This was a responsibility that this government took on for years before we had any federal funds. Why do we have monies outstanding to these companies when we have sufficient monies to pay?
The process in the central government is a process that's probably more cumbersome. I could speak from my private sector experience, my experience as president CEO at the West Indian Company Limited, than those other types of entities. We in tourism don't print any checks or don't. All we do is we approve, we send in, we show the source of funding, and we move. When particular invoices are not paid on time, we raise the red flag, say we got to pay them, we can't afford to file, and amongst all the other things that are happening, sometimes there is a delay. I can tell you right now, Ms. Henneman Tadman, our tourism team on the fiscal side, we continually push to make sure that our POs are submitted and approved, our justification letters come back. Ian Turnbull could speak to it. Right now, we're trying to get some bills paid for St. John celebration. So we continue to push on our end, Senator. But
it's either we understand the importance of tourism to the economy or we don't. But when I read a fund balance of $59 million and we have outstanding payments, something is wrong. Something is not correlating. Okay, it's not an issue of monies. We have $59 million after paying all the expenses that we accounted for. So why would it take so long to pay our marketing partners? If we hire them and we have a contract that states that we have to pay them, whatever it's monthly, or what, we have to be able to fulfill that. Because Marketplace, excellent, left because they weren't being paid. They were frustrated because phone calls were made and we got like, hey, I'm owed money and we're not being paid. And if we have DCI now and they're doing a good job and we're not paying them, they're going to leave because there are other jurisdictions that's going to pay them. And they have to be looking, well, we're generating all of this and we're not getting paid, so something got to be wrong with that. Senator Sarro, a quick point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of information before a point of inquiry. If you look at the org chart, I don't see anybody dedicated to anything fiscal in the office. You have a fiscal analyst, 2 of them. But before you had, I think she's at OMB now, you had a director of like business and like a CFO. Tourism doesn't have that anymore. So I think that you're really struggling in that area when it comes to your fiscal operations. And that's probably a position that we're going to have to fund in the Senate to ensure that you do have a director of fiscal operations and their job is dedicated solely to exactly what we're talking about. Just quickly, you keep talking, you're saying CB something. You mean the CDBG funds, right? Okay. So of the Community Development Black Grant Funds, how much did tourism receive?
We actually received, off the top of my head, a little over 2 million, 2.5 million. Alani, roughly 2.5 million.
In which fiscal year?
Most of it came in fiscal year 21, and then probably a little bit in fiscal year 22.
Unavailable until expended?
No, tourism had a time limit on the spending of the money. So after the hurricanes, it was a 2-year window. HFA received a 2-year extension. That extension has expired. Department of Tourism submitted to HFA for another extension on it because of some of the difficulties in execution to get monies released. And
so you haven't expended the full 2.5 million?
We have expended 2.5. We were awarded, or the Department of Tourism was awarded 10 million. So it was 5 million in the first tranche and then 5 million in the second tranche. CBDG.
It says in ARPA.
No ARPA. This is CBDG monies that were post-hurricanes Irma and Maria.
And only 2.5 you were able to expend over 10 million because of the difficulties?
No.
Okay, explain.
We received $2.5 million.
But you were
we
allocated...
could expend all 10 million, right? But we only could do what we have the funds available to do.
It was a point of inquiry. I don't want to drill on it, but if the chair could follow up on the difficulties and you receiving a full 10 million to spend it, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Chair. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Explain a little more. So we got the 2.5 and we had to spend that 2.5 to get an additional tranche?
No. What happens is we had a contract. We did an RFP per the guidelines of the procurement process. Miles Partners was selected. Out of the process, we had to have all the necessary paperwork to support reimbursement, well, not even reimbursement, to pay the vendor. So throughout the process, we submit information, we go through the process. There have been multiple series of conversations between the vendor, the Department of Tourism as a lead agency, and HFA to get the vendors paid. There have been times that have gone on in terms of timely payment to the vendor. Then we went ahead and we completed the first iteration of the marketing program per the contract. We submitted documentation for an extension to do the second phase and move into the third phase because we knew we had a tight time limit to spend the monies. Information was submitted to HFA, and then it goes through the HUD process. The latest that we got back, and Ms. Henneman Tadman, who's been a lead, can jump in, was that the window for the expansion of another 2 years is still awaiting a ruling. And as a result of that, we cannot spend any more funds from that particular allocation of funds. So that's why our department then went to move towards, as you mentioned, we have funds available in tourism to continue to do our jobs. So that's where we are right now in trying to get the contract amended so we can go ahead and continue to pay the vendor the monies that are owed.
So Housing Finance requested of the feds for a next 2-year extension.
That is our understanding.
Oh, so they haven't shown you documentation that they have made a request?
I don't know, Ms. Henneman Tadman.
Alani Henneman Tadman, to date, we've gotten emails stating that they are working.
No. Have you received a documentation from Housing Finance Authority that they sent to the feds requesting an extension?
The actual requests, no, we have not. But the contractor, I just want to note for the record, the contractor has an active contract. Their contract was renewed in December. So they have an active contract in place.
Okay, but the idea of tourism was that we have this pot of $10 million in federal funds. Instead of using local funds, let's utilize the $10 million because it was given to us to be utilized in that manner, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
However, we have not been able to utilize the funds because of this law with the Housing Finance Authority in reference to payment. So we requested an additional 2-year extension. We got the 2-year extension. And in that time period, they were only able to deal with $2.5 million, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So they left $7.5 million on the table, and now the good government is going to have to spend our money, and we could have used that for something else. Okay. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and of course, good morning to the Department of Tourism team that's present there this morning. I want to say before I go into my questioning that we have a responsibility as a government, to pay our vendors. We can't not pay them, and then we get upset when they block gates, when they cut off service, and they demand payment. How else are they supposed to survive in this hard economic times if we're not paying our vendors? It's unacceptable, and we should not get upset when they have to take drastic actions by any means necessary to demand their payment. It's unfortunate, but that's the environment that we're in. Commissioner Bushelty, I've heard you responded several times that you don't write checks, and I totally agree. That's the role and responsibility of the Department of Finance. But it's your responsibility as either the conduit department or the one that's providing the service to ensure that whatever follow-through is required is made so that individuals and vendors could be paid in a timely fashion. Would you agree with that?
I agree, and we try, Senator. We make the calls. Our team, they come to me regularly. Right to my right, Ian Turnbull sent me multiple requests over the last week on our ability to get paperwork done to pay the vendors who worked for or on behalf of the Department of Tourism Division of Festivals in St. John. So we push as best we can in our role. But Senator, you're a former commissioner. I'm sure you're aware of some of the obstacles or challenges that may come about when you push to get monies through that have already been approved. So it's not a new challenge. It's just a challenge that we have to continue to adapt and push from me as a commissioner and then our team. We continue to push.
I totally agree with you. And as commissioner, I always made sure that I was at the forefront in making sure that we follow through on these things because, again, we understand the ramifications of vendors being paid and, again, go the extra mile to make sure that we're doing what we can. If we have to, I have many times gone over to the Office of Management and Budget. I've gone down to the Department of Finance, whatever it takes so that people can be paid because we all have to live in this community and it presents some challenges if we're not circulating funding within this economy. And as a police commissioner, it comes full circle back to me, when things happen out there. So it's important that we pay our money, but we'll move on from there. What's the morale of the department at this time?
I would define the morale as good. I think our team continues to work collectively as a unit, one band, one sound, to execute our mandate. Clearly, like most government employees, we are all impacted by the rise in fuel, WAPA, and we know that we can't keep pace with the increase. So we are trying to push to get increases for our team so that they can be adjusted. I think on a whole, we've been doing really well as a tourism unit. And I think that helps when you could look at your successes and see when you move around all three islands, lots of people around. We just came off a very successful St. John's celebration. So I think that helps us. People, the momentum is very high in anticipation of the Crucian Christmas Festival and the upcoming season. So I think that keeps our team motivated. Clearly, there are always things that we can do to improve on morale. And the reality of it, Senator, is most of it is determined on how much money people can make. And, we're trying our best to try to make that happen.
Very well. And I heard that in under questioning that you have already set aside pay increases for your employees. So again, that's a good step in being able to meet them halfway in that stead.
2 minutes.
What is the instrument that you utilize to determine the effectiveness of the department?
Well, we have OMB has mandated through the government, I believe through legislation, that we have certain key performance indicators that we have to submit to OMB every month that determines whether or not the Department of Tourism is achieving our goals. So far, we've been doing really well based on the KPIs. As we mentioned in our testimony, we have been leading the Caribbean in terms of many of the metrics that determine success for tourism authorities. Of course, we continue to monitor other ways we can continue to stay relevant outside of statistics, and a lot of that has to do with the actual product. We stay in touch and we talk with private business owners, excursion people, to determine the freshness of our product. And that's something that's not measured in a KPI, but that's measured in actual moving around and to see. And I think we've been doing a very good job in that as well. But we are at a critical juncture in terms of the next iteration. We're in the endemic phase. Much of the world has reopened. We still have COVID. BA5 is out there that people are monitoring. So we continue to monitor how we make that next step in terms of keeping the tourism revenues coming in.
All right, I got two more questions real quickly before my time is called. Actually, 3 questions. So let me ask you to be a little bit brief in your response to those questions. But in regards to your KPIs, I see that a lot of times you're notating the results of the KPIs. I want to make sure that you're setting standards that one is achievable, but 2, that there is some goal setting that's being made so that you could at least be able to continue to be competitive and work towards advancing or at least competing against yourself to make improvement in that area. So in your testimony, you spoke about the Europe-Canadian market. Nowhere in your testimony we talk about the Caribbean market. I think it's critical. I've been asking this at every hearing that's involved tourism. What are we doing to be able to attract airlines to be able to come in and get out of the Virgin Islands and into the Caribbean? Can you quickly just touch on what's being done in that area?
Yeah. Well,
Time.
Senator.
You might proceed.
Okay, thank you. Before the pandemic, we had very good discussions happening with a couple of the Caribbean partners, Caribbean Airlines and Liat, to name two of them. Of course, the Caribbean was hard hit during COVID, and Liat was hit very hard. So those conversations slowed down. With regards to specifically to us, most of our conversations right now are centered around lift through San Juan to the USVI. So we are having conversations with Puerto Rico on some collaborations in the region. More conversations will go on it. As you may be aware, Senator, the entire air industry is challenged with pilots and FAA challenges. So there is a challenge in having, at this time to go out and actively recruit new service, particularly to the USVI from the Caribbean.
All right, and again, we want to be in a position to support this endeavor. It's critical. We often ask the question as we go out into the community, what are we doing to resolve the issues of air travels within the Caribbean, even if we need to come up with a stipend or support. My final question on this particular round is in respect to the Crucian Festival funding. Again, I know that you have the director there, but the funding that's earmarked for the Crucian Festival, I want to make sure that everything is in place. We're a few months out, but want to make sure that we have already identified the funding, and in fact, we are working towards ensuring that we have the financial wherewithal to be able to have a good festival this year.
Yes, Senator. Monies are already allocated. We have a very strong budget based on what the the director and assistant director of festivals for St. Croix have told me. We full speed ahead. Monies are available. As Chairman Vele mentioned, money is not our problem, right? It's to get things in place so we can spend the money effectively. So we have monies budgeted for St. Croix. We're ready to go. Hopefully, between Governor Bryan and his team, OMB, they approve it. Clearly, this body for next fiscal year, which the Cruising Christmas Festival approves where we go. But we're ready to go. We have money allocated and budgeted. We are booking artists for Cruising Christmas Festival, so we have a schedule. We have begun marketing, so we're moving.
Very well. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. Hopefully, we'll have a second, a rapid fire second round. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Who handles your fiscal affairs? Who is designated as a fiscal person?
Well, the assistant director is who handles primarily the things right now in our office.
Who's that?
You want to speak to it, Alani? And Alani Henneman Tadman, assistant commissioner, oversees a lot of it from her side.
Still morning. Alani Henneman Tadman. So between the director of operations, Ms. Tanya Duran, Ms. Nelia Ross, deputy commissioner on St. Croix, they work with our assistant fiscal director, Ms. Lavon Joshua, and they are the ones.
Okay, so Ms. Lavon Joshua is the assistant fiscal director?
Yes,
But do we have a fiscal director?
No, that's the admin position that left just before COVID. The admin and management director position, that is vacant.
Okay, so that's 2 years ago. So have we advertised that position?
No, we advertising starting by the end of the month.
What's the long? Why didn't we advertise it immediately so that you can continue to have somebody that have oversight? You have a lot of different entities that you fund and a lot of different requests for monies from organizations or nonprofits or individuals that are throwing events. What was the long wait?
It wasn't. We just were focused on other areas. We now recognize that we have to fill the position. So we have the paperwork ready. We've spoken to the Department of Personnel on marketing and advertising it. So we definitely recognize it as a priority to have that position filled.
So your assistant been acting in that capacity for the last 2 years?
She has not been named as acting, but she has been filling the role, combined, as Ms. Henneman Tadman mentioned, along with a collective effort by our team.
Is she getting a differential in salary?
No, she's not getting a differential.
Any reason why?
I don't think there's a reason why. I think one of the conversations we had, I know that I had with her directly, is that she did not want to have the title of the position.
Okay, so where is it? I'm looking for it on page 12 or 14. The director, what was the position called? I'm not seeing a vacancy for it.
If you,
Or maybe I'm not looking hard enough.
Senator, if you go on 35 under the personnel listing, it's the vacant director of admin and management position.
Oh, that's the name of the position?
That's the actual position that's vacant, the admin and management.
Okay, so the admin and management is the fiscal position.
Yes, that is a fiscal position.
Point of information, Senator Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The response, Commissioner, about payment to the acting director at this point is unacceptable. Per the law, if you are acting in a position past 2 pay periods, you have to compensate that person for acting. And that's one of the issues that we're seeing now in the Department of Human Services. We have people acting for 14 years and we owe them a large lump sum of money. So whether or not she wants a position, if she's acting, she has to be duly compensated until you find somebody for that position. So before we leave today, let's try to make that employee whole and begin the process to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that is correct. Well, once she's fulfilling those duties, you have to pay the differential. Once they have assumed the duties of that particular individual, and we have to make that person whole. We are going to, we're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we'll come up with Senator Kenny Gittins next. This committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. We'll next move to Senator Kenneth Gittins. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all.
Morning.
Commissioner, thank you for showing up because obviously you've been busy and traveling, not available. Up to last month, we've been trying to meet with you to no avail with regards to the uptick in cruise line passengers that's supposed to be coming to the territory. From the onset, I must say that I am truly, truly disappointed in your leadership thus far. Now, we've also been unable to meet with you even at the Sea Trade event that you spoke of in your testimony. And in your testimony, you also talked about the increase in cruise line passengers. You spoke about strengthening your ties and long-term relationship with offshore entities. But what about strengthening ties right here in the Virgin Islands? Again, we're looking to increase cruise line passengers to St. Croix in particular, triple the amount, yet we can't get together to formulate a plan and know what's happening. Now, I noticed in your testimony, you also stated that your director of visitor experience is vacant. How long have that been vacant?
Senator, I would say off the top of my head, 8 months. Let me ask Assistant Commissioner Hanson Wadley if she knows the specifics.
I believe.
Since we have a new recorder, can you please put your name on the record before you speak?
Sorry, Joe Schulte, Commissioner of Tourism.
Elizabeth Hanson Watley, Assistant Commissioner. I believe it's about 8 months that vacancy has been there.
Thank you. And Commissioner, what are you doing to fill this vacancy? We're talking about tripling the number of passengers to St. Croix via cruise line. What are we doing to fill this position?
We're going to advertise a position within the next 3 to 4 weeks.
So we're going to, it's been vacant for the last 8 months, and you're going to finally advertise that position again. It's going to take up to another month, is what you're saying?
Yep, we have paperwork to advertise several positions over the next few weeks. We are in conversations with the Division of Personnel.
So in the last 8 months, what have we been doing?
Our team has been covering the visitor experience at the pier, every cruise ship call for those last 8 months and before.
Commissioner, you're talking about 38 employees to this agency, 6 on St. Croix. I mean, how much 6 people could do so? All the others are on St. Thomas. 38 vacancies. And one of the major problems that I'm seeing within this agency is that of the 38, it seems like about 35 of them are exempt. I mean, are we truly serious about promoting not just the Virgin Islands, but St. Croix? Are we serious about promoting St. Croix? What can you tell me that we're doing to promote St. Croix?
2 minutes.
Senator, in the testimony, the USVI leads the Caribbean in the metrics in tourism. So that's what the Department of Tourism has been doing, leading the Caribbean.
When you speak about the USVI, you're talking about St. Thomas. So let's be truthful and straight to the point. I am a Virgin Islander for sure, with my mom being from St. Thomas and my father being from St. Croix. So I'm not playing the St. Croix, St. Thomas card. But we got to talk truth as we discuss this budget. And I'm truly annoyed. So I'm not cutting any corners to say what I have to say here today. Because again, I am truly disappointed. All we're doing is traveling, and getting 2-paragraph letter to say that we're going off-island to off-island events and marketing meetings. What can you tell us or report to us that's been your outcome with all these off-island events and marketing events? What can you tell us? What fruits have it produced for us here, especially on St. Croix?
Senator, the Tourism Advertising Fund that funds the Department of Tourism 100% has increased over 50% in the first 9 months of the fiscal year. We continue to lead the Caribbean in average daily rate, which is the number one metric for hotel success, and the revenue for available room. We continue to lead that. On the shared economy side, we continue to lead the Caribbean in that. So our team has and continues to market the territory per the code. Our airlift into the USVI 2021 was the best it's ever been, ever. So we continue to do. I mean, I'm not sure where you are with regard to your movements, but I could tell you when I move around the 3 main islands in the USVI, I see the restaurants full, I see the beaches full, I see the marine business thriving, I see the cruise ships, as you mentioned, the numbers are going up in St. Croix from where they were this year to triple, 138,000 passengers are coming in.
Time.
So the Department of Tourism has been delivering and continues to deliver.
Commissioner Boshelty, I've asked you specifically about St. Croix. You continue to tell me about the U.S. Virgin Islands. You can't tell me one thing for the island district of St. Croix. We've always said that we need to promote our islands independently, but we still don't see the productivity or the meat of this thing for the island district of St. Croix. I ask you about St. Croix specifically. You continue to tell me about the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Senator, the occupancy rates in the hotels in St. Croix during the pandemic have been the highest they've been in recent memory. We just spoke about the cruise traffic coming into St. Croix.
What initiatives you have done to promote the island of St. Croix? That's what I am asking.
Senator.
All these island events and marketing meetings, tell me what is the outcome of those meetings specifically for the island of St. Croix?
Senator, I've answered it multiple times. I don't know what more you want me to tell you. We're leading I don't know what more you want me to tell you. I mean, when I go to
what
St.
I'm
Croix,
telling you
it's
is-
hard to find hotel,
Time.
hard to find restaurant reservation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll wait the other round, and if there's no other round, I would like to request at this time all the travel documents, inter-island and off-island travel for the Department of Tourism to be sent to your office so that we can get a copy of them, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Sarro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. I'm happy to hear the news on the Uber Soca, because when I stood right across there, where Carla Joseph seated Senator Joseph, in the 32nd legislature fighting to defund the committees and create a division of festivals, I did talk about Uber Soca. And we made contact with them, and we had constant communication with Uber Soca. So I'm glad to see that come to fruition. Now, division of festivals, page 26 of your testimony. Are we able to highlight the return of investment since the creation of a division of festivals?
Senator, let me ask Mr. Turnbull to respond.
What has the coffers of the GVI seen?
Good morning, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Given that we've just had our St. Thomas Carnival and just came off of our St. John Carnival, we have not been able to fully assess the impact as of yet.
I'd like to see you quantify that data at some point. Now, let's talk about your finances. At one point, you were paying bands through some nonprofit created somewhere and paying them cash. Have we improved that payment process, or are we still doing the same payment process?
We are still paying artists who ask for payment in cash through a fiduciary, to a third-party fiduciary, yes.
Okay, so do you need change to the legislation so you can be able to pay them directly? Because if we're paying an artist in cash, that is technically tax evasion, because that is not documented funds. So you won't be able to fill out a form and pay your taxes. It's really on tax money that we're giving away, and that's not the intent of a division. So do you need some legislative changes?
Two things I would say is the Department of Tourism is not a bonded agency. Something like that would assist. But additionally, if we were to go the route of taxing artists, we would be blackballed from the industry.
So it's not about taxing artists, but I am sure that when artists from Trinidad play in America for various events, how are they paid? Cash?
Cash. Every artist is paid cash.
So you gotta jack up the mic so aggressive. Man, you having a conversation. So if you haven't, what about American artists? So only soca artists are paid cash, or this is just the industry period?
Every artist across America, unless they make a request that they want their money wire transferred to them, are paid cash on the back end. The back end balance is what is paid cash.
So so tourism needs to be bonded as well. That's what you're saying.
That is a suggestion that I would make, that we could be a bonded agency.
Okay. Now, we could have had this discussion off the floor, as I said before, and I've written countless emails to you, Commissioner, to you, Assistant Commissioner Henneman Tadman, to you, Mr. Turnbull, and to Mr. Haynes. And the only person who's responded on their availability to meet, I've asked for a meeting for over a year, has been Mr. Haynes. And truth be told, like I said, the reason that you and a few people have a job is because this branch of government saw it fit to implement the division of festivals. So to carve out 1 hour to meet with this body and their plans and what you're doing and have an offline discussion, we could have talked about this a long time ago. So I need a better response time from tourism, because all of us are busy. There are agencies busier than you. OMB managing the budget of the government, and there's not a text or call Ms. O'Neill doesn't respond to. So I just need a better response time.
2 minutes.
Let's go to the payment of the vendors on the dock. They haven't been paid since October. What is the delay on payments to? That's the first line of defense. When you come off the plane, they're dancing, they're greeting you. When you come off the cruise ship, we haven't paid them since October, Commissioner.
Let me ask Assistant Commissioner Henneman Tadman to respond to that.
And I am telling you, you can't tell me no, Assistant Commissioner Henneman Tadman. They have not been paid. We've received a complaint. They have not been paid since October. And this is not the first time that we have been back and forth about vendor payments. What's the hold up? What's the status? How can we assist?
Alani Hanneman Tadman, Department of Tourism. We are in the process because we were forced to do entertainment agreements with all our vendors. We have to fulfill the mandate. So what happened was we went from being semi-dormant under the existing contract to fully ramped up when we got the extended travel into the territory that we weren't expecting. So where the contract was for, and I just want to say, I think it was 50,000, we then ramped up internally. And so something that was supposed to be 1 week went to daily. Something that was only in-house, now we're taking them every place.
Miss Henneman Tadman, I understand the circumstances to what you're saying. This is where the vacant position of the business and administrator is needed. Because there's absolutely no excuse you could give me from October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June to July that you haven't paid a vendor.
And I will say this. They have been paid, and I know they've been paid since October, but we have to go through the procurement process. We've also waited for vendors to update their documents so that we can follow the procedure. I know that at times people come and they deliver a message, but there is a process. And we are taking care of our vendors. We have ramped up the contract to ensure this does not happen. What happens is we now have to justify the services rendered because when the contract is signed, it's not backdated. So we've sat with PMP, we've had meetings to clarify.
Tell me when do you plan to make these vendors whole?
These vendors should be whole, I would think, no less than another 2 to 3 weeks. And then their contract will be in place so that this doesn't happen again. And it will now be based on the work that's being done in the space and not for a lesser amount. So we've ramped up the contract to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
I've been on the Committee of Finance for the last 6 years. And I understand what you're saying, but the justification don't make any sense. To not pay somebody from October, we knew that we were having, from the time all the destinations closed, we knew that the Virgin Islands was no passport needed. It became the premier choice due to the circumstances of the region. We knew this. And there had to be a sense of urgency to say, hey, we have vendors on the dock, we have things happening, we have to, we were under a state of emergency. And if you're under a state of emergency, some processes are not as cumbersome as before. A state of emergency means a state of urgency. And to have not paid a vendor from October, they're on the dock in the hot sun. And these people have employees that they have to pay, and they can't pay their employees because you didn't pay them. And this is how waste management in the same crisis that they're in. No contract executed, invoices, nobody know how much they owe, the haulers blocking up the dump at St. Croix. I mean, I have more questions, Mr. Chair. I can shut up right now.
Thank you.
But the vendors have to be paid.
Thank you. The entertainment taxes law, I understand individuals saying that they want this, they want that, but it's law. So you have to take out the 5%. If you have to take out the 5% in cash, then it need to be given to Internal Revenue. Somebody from a can't come to the Virgin Islands and change the Virgin Islands law because they're saying, well, we ain't doing this. Then you have to be able to work out that financial package that you're offering them, that it includes the 5% and that they understand. So if you need to go up 5, but the government got to be paid. We can't have a practice where somebody just come in and say, well, I don't care what your law in the Virgin Islands is. Because I could tell you, if Trinidad have a law to tax you, they will tax you. And they ain't got one Virgin Islander that's going to go to Trinidad and say, well, I'm not going to respect your law. So we have to be able to have that same level of respect, and we have to collect those particular monies. What position is Ms. Joshua in? I'm trying to look for her position. What is her title?
She's the Assistant Director of Management and Budget. If you look on page 35, she's the second to last at the bottom.
Okay, I see it there. So there's like a $15,000 difference between her position and the director position. I mean, before we end up with a union case, have somebody prepare that particular number for the acting position, and you prorate it over the 8 months. There's more than sufficient funds that we can make Ms. Joshua whole and take care of her. I know that we have an appropriation of some, I think it's $61,000 to $62,000 to be able to give the employees a raise. We've been trying to get it through. However, we have not had a session, unfortunately. So we are waiting a session, and next week we will be passing that particular bill to give those individuals a raise and give them their back pay to October 1st. Now that brought them up to FY22, or that brought them to what level? How much more do we owe them? Do we owe them more steps? Are they going to get an next 3 or 4% for the next year?
That's for the classified?
The classified.
That I don't know. I have to verify that. They didn't tell us any change for us based on what they negotiated for us before.
Okay.
So I will follow up though and make sure
Okay.
that.
So what I'm asking, the negotiation that took place, if there's a next step for the next fiscal year, so that we can calculate it into the salaries one time, so we don't have to go back and do anything. Okay. So
Yes,
if you
we'll
could
check on that.
provide that. And you kind of get a lump sum budget, so you have the flexibility to be able to make sure that you're able to honor the particular raises for those employees for the next fiscal year because of the way that your budget is structured. Tourism is important. It's in Main Drive and St. Thomas, and it also brings money to St. Croix, but it's a main industry in St. Thomas. So we have an opportunity now to be able to staff up Division of Tourism, that we're able to hire adequate staff, not only for St. Thomas and John, but also for the St. Croix district. Because when you think about it, I think you said you have 6 employees on St. Croix, but 2 are Division of Festivals, right?
Yes.
So you have 4. So we really have nobody. There's no way that we can run a tourism department with such a limited number of individuals. So St. Croix needs to staff up to like 12 individuals. And you have that opportunity now because we have record collections in the tourism, in the occupancy tax, hotel occupancy tax. And your monies are not coming from the general fund. Your monies, last year, we changed the budget and we told Government House, no, we have enough money in the hotel occupancy tax to fund Division of Tourism fully. Again, that is the same case. So you have to do that justification to staff up whatever you need on St. Thomas, whatever you need on St. Croix, to make sure that we're able to capture the visitor experience, to make sure we're able to hear recommendations as to how we could provide a better product, to be able to monitor the same hotels that are paying the hotel occupancy tax. Somebody should be hired just for that. Just for that. Every single day. That's all they do. They just check occupancy. Because I don't believe the 69%. No, I don't believe that, because every time I call for a hotel in St. Thomas, it's filled. So if I call in for the last 5 months and I could barely, my staff is right here, we could barely get a room, how is it 69%? And that's hotel occupancy tax, you know, that ain't Airbnb occupancy tax. They don't pay. But the occupancy, we need a better mechanism. I heard you speak to a bill that has been sent down. What are the provisions of the bill?
That bill, I believe, is the bill on the sharing economy side to have, because right now we only receive hotel occupancy tax from Airbnb, but as you know, there's VRBO, there's home away from home.
Then that's the bill you're talking about, the bill that Senator Carrion sponsored?
I believe so.
You must put in our senator's name when they pass something good. I know you got to give them some credit. Senators, let's go quickly. One question, because we are going to end this particular portion and time. So, Senator Blyden, a burning question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I know in the testimony, Commissioner Bichetti spoke to our GDP, Torreon being 60% of our GDP. That's a pretty high number. And you spoke to the record numbers in terms of increase, and the reason for that is mostly airlift and overnight stay, right? So with that being said, I know you spoke to the St. Thomas St. John district, but St. Croix in particular. Let me ask you, you spoke about branding, specific branding for St. Croix. What does that look like? Can you put it on the record? And
yeah, on the record, we made a decision as a Department of Tourism right before the pandemic, because as many of us who've been living in the Virgin Islands for the last few decades understand that there has been a difference in the tourism product between St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And the reason is, and this is anecdotally, and it was shown in some other work that was done, is that when people hear the USVI, they automatically think St. Thomas, and vice versa. So one of the things that we did is we basically came up with a strategy through conversations with our focus groups on St. Croix and our team to name St. Croix as its own brand, to push it as its own destination. We launched that campaign in January 2020, and then, of course, COVID hit. We have relaunched it within the last 6 months, and we have invested, as in the testimony showed, monies to support that program from a specific marketing set of monies for St. Croix and the marketing. And we also know by law, we have to have 25% of our marketing monies are dedicated to marketing St. Croix.
The Chair, and you spoke to Airbnb in particular. I believe you said 23%, somewhere around the range, but those numbers to me are not accurate neither, because you talk about those that report, but there are others that don't. So that number is pretty much higher, I'm sure, based on what you said. And we see the hotels, everything is full, but that number that's being reported is not as high as it really is in actuality, because we just talk about Airbnb, but what about the others that don't report? So that number is more than what you're saying also.
Agreed, Senator. And what we give information on is actual information we have. So we know there's VRBO. We know there's home away from home. We know there's Villa Business. So we know, right? But we only give you what we have, what we could support and defend.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Basketball Travelers is Paradise Jam, right?
Correct.
Okay. Calypso Inc., 13,000, 316, 2022. The money was for what?
Mr. Turnbull.
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So in 2021, going into 2022, as we were setting up for the Crucian Christmas Festival, it actually got halted because of Omicron. However, Calypso Inc. started the process of hosting a virtual Junior Calypso show. So that actual show went through. We promoted it on.
So we paid $13,000 for a virtual show.
They put the whole entire thing together. Yes, internally they put that whole entire show together, and that was production.
$13,000 for a virtual show. That's all I want to know. We paid $13,000 for a virtual show.
Yes.
Now I know why that person is writing certain songs. Clearly, I know why that person is writing certain songs. So I'm waiting on that. Senator Carrion, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, one of the questions regards to, you said there's been an increase in Airbnb, and what initiatives and collaboration, if any, with RB have you made in order to reach out to some of these other platforms that are utilized to provide economy sharing business here in the territory? So after the Hotel Occupancy Efficiency Act has been passed, what has your department done?
We haven't done anything directly with that. That is on our priority list moving forward into the fall, with specifically so we have had conversations consistently with Airbnb. However, as you mentioned, there are other brands that we have to have conversations with, i.e. VRBO, Home Away from Home, and our team is collaborating information to conduct those conversations at a minimum to introduce what the requirements are of the new law.
Sounds a bit like an oxymoron. You said you haven't done anything yet, but it's on your priority list. That's hard to understand, Commissioner.
Senator, maybe I wasn't clear. We have conversations with Airbnb, right? That is the entity that has an agreement with the USVI government. The other platforms under the sharing economy, we plan to have conversations with them moving forward.
Great. So within your agenda, you have set dates, or you're just, I mean, what's the plan? Just you're planning to meet? Have you reached out already?
Senator, we have not reached out to the specific platforms as yet. We are in the process of gathering information on which people are the right people to have these conversations with. The territory does not have any direct agreements with these entities. So we have to begin the relationship with these particular platforms.
Well, I look forward to hearing some positive news if this is on your priority list, that next year around when you're before us again, that you would be able to deliver some accomplishments, I should say, that you've been able to beat and maybe enter in some agreements along with some of these platform agencies so that we could have an accurate reporting and also don't leave money on the table. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. I'm going to send a quick one, Senator Saro, because I want to just give everybody one question.
Sorry. Just to go back to the hotel occupancy tax, on the 5th of each month, hotels are required to submit their reports with the the average daily rate, to the EDA. And if they don't submit those reports to the EDA, then those benefits are pulled. So there's no way it could be at 65%. How are you interfacing with the EDA and the utilization of those reports for tourism?
I don't. Our team, to my knowledge, we don't have that conversation with the EDA. I mean, that's a separate agency with separate responsibilities. Same with regards to the collection of the tax. That's done through our Internal Revenue Service. So that's not our function.
I know it's not your function, but it still involves you and the numbers. So if you could have a conversation with Mr. Biggs at the EDA pertaining to the hotel occupancy, that will give you a better understanding. Say, hey, listen, these numbers can't be right. We're too low in our collections. You have to do a better job, blah, blah, blah. It would help you in your functions. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sarah. I think you lose your last question. Senator James.
Hello. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. When it comes to the division of festival, I want to have a conversation with Mr. Ian Turnbull. And I want to say thank you to my good millennial colleague for having the vision of putting division of festivals together. But as far as the economic impact that we have experienced as a government, have you ever had a chance to do an assessment or a report to find out where are your strengths, your weaknesses ever since this administration came in and implemented the division of festivals? And if you have done that assessment, can you briefly explain it and provide a report to this committee?
Good afternoon, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. I think the other senator mentioned that same thing. So we are in works to do a report, an assessment of the impact of the Division of Festivals with regards to shortcomings and what we could do better. Of course, we see those things, and we'll all put that in there and give that report for the body.
But off the top of your head, can you say for the past fiscal years, how much money we have seen as far as, I know we're not in the business of gaining profits, but of course it has indirect and direct gains as a result of holding the festivals and the various carnivals. So can you speak to those numbers? Just provide us with some numbers.
Hi, Senator Joba Schulte, Commissioner of Tourism. We're actually in the process right now of compiling information from St. Thomas in terms of incremental hotel stays and airlift, as well as St. John from incremental ferry business. So we gathered information. So I'll give you an example. We don't have a number yet. I've seen some draft, but we're backing up how we came up with the numbers, i.e., ferry information. So we know that the St. John celebration, particularly on ferries from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. to St. John, and then from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., or 3 a.m., depending on what night it was, there was significant incremental traffic to St. John and from St. John that we can unequivocally say is a direct result of festivals having the events. So it's not just a simple process where you go out and say, grab a number out today. We actually want, and we actually are putting in the time and effort to get those numbers correct. We are in collaborations with BER and other agencies to come up with information. But for purposes of tourism and the Division of Festivals ROI, we actually are going ahead and doing informational work on it. Similarly, I know Senator Blyden asked this question or inferred around it to the difference in an overnight guest and a cruise guest. So we actually are putting together that information. And I have some numbers on it, but we're still verifying some of the information from March to May, for example, which would include the St. Thomas Carnival. And we could tell that there is an increase, right? The challenge we have, and Senator Vele mentioned it, we've been doing so well in terms of our overnight product. It's not just saying, hey, because you had St. Thomas Carnival, the hotels were 95. There were hotels were 95 before and the hotels afterward. What we're trying to do is actually now document through information that these travelers that were coming in were of the diaspora and coming for the specific events. So we just ask for a little more patience while we actually compile that data, but it is in the works because we too want to be able to share with this body the effectiveness of having Division of Festivals under the Department of Tourism.
Thank you so much.
Chairman, I just want to wrap up by saying, I can't blame the Division of Festivals. The committee who has jurisdiction over the Department of Tourism need to bring in these individuals at least 60 days after whatever festivals or carnival and hold these individuals accountable and grab that paperwork. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Did BER conduct an exit survey for Carnival?
I don't know, Mr. Tumble.
To my knowledge, they didn't. I know that we are in plan to actually put out our own survey internally.
But I got to go back to their testimony, I think. And
I try to do my best.
In their testimony before us, I read something from BER where they said they're conducting exit survey. So for St. John, did they do it?
Not to my knowledge. I know as of yesterday, I went back on BER to see if there was any updated information. But like I said again, I know internally, as the Commissioner mentioned, we are going to be doing our own surveys and so forth.
Okay. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, to you and your team, thank you. If you're looking for perfect, it don't exist. So they're going to find fault. Hey, it happens. The one thing I would like you to look into is on St. Croix, the National Guard, Vernell's Army, Vernell National Guard has an air base, air guard. That's a whole genre of people to address, to look into bringing airdrops in through the military. It's a product. It would enhance St. Croix because the base is on St. Croix, and it will enhance the territory. If you could have a conversation with the general in regards to maybe there are some things that tourism can advertise through the military because of the airspace and things that the military does to bring people into the territory. That's another avenue towards developing of our territory. Just a suggestion, and if you have the time and you could make the arrangements, let's do that. Again, it would be in support of St. Croix because it's direct to St. Croix, but again, it would trickle along to the entire territory. They're going to eventually come over here. They're going to eventually go St. John and throughout the territory. So just as a suggestion, keep doing what you're doing. Keep your head up. You got my support. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time,
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator.
Chair.
Thank you for your St. Croix endorsement, Senator. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My one question is in regards to the marine industry that you mentioned in your testimony, Commissioner. You talk about how important it is to have a marine industry. And I just wanted to ask you, what is the marine/blue economy? What is your marketing plan for the St. Croix marine industry?
Senator, we continue to use marketing and advertising directly in marine publications around all 3 U.S. Virgin Islands. We do have specific marketing initiatives and advertising in publications that we anticipate coming up in the fall and winter. We're in conversations with our marketing team as to that. And of course, we continue to aggressively promote the dive niche, particularly on St. Croix, as part of our overarching marketing for the marine side for the territory.
Thank you so much. Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try to do a quick 3-in-1 again. Commissioner, first, do you have offshore employees? If so, where? Second, what have you done so far or put in place to ready folks on St. Croix for this increase in cruise line passengers within the next few months? And lastly, St. Croix is about to celebrate, I think, its 70th anniversary with regards to festivals. I'm trying to understand why we have significantly cut down the festivities during this time, where we usually start around Boxing Day, and people are traveling back to their respective areas prior to the time now that you're looking to start festival.
Okay, Senator, the first question, offshore employees. We have 2 full-time employees in Atlanta. We have 1 sales rep in Atlanta. We have 1 salesperson in New York State, and we have another salesperson in California. And we have a film rep in LA, California as well. And I believe that's all our offshore team that we have. With regards to readying for the influx of cruise passengers, the Department of Tourism, in collaboration with several other government agencies, including the VI Port Authority, Sports Parks and Recreation, and the Governor's Office, have been in conversations around creating and refining the experience in St. Croix, specifically Frederiksted. So those conversations are ongoing. And lastly, with regards to the 78th Cruise and Christmas celebration, our team has begun our marketing for the event. The team is continuing to book artists and finalize the slate of events that we have, and the marketing has begun. From what we're receiving in our initial teaser that went out, tremendous demand for St. Croix and for the upcoming celebration.
Thank you so much, Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be calling for a follow-up after this, and hopefully you'll be able to be present. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an A and B question. Your org chart, I don't understand it as the assistant commissioner on one end. It looks strange, and everything falls really under you, and you have 2 assistant commissioners, and one seems to have no work, no assignments, and that would be Assistant Commissioner Watley. Secondly, ARPA funding. You had received $10 million in ARPA funding per the reports that we received. I don't know if you received your $10 million. Your plans for your $10 million.
Yes. The Department of Tourism received $10 million in a federal state grant from the Federal Economic Development Agency. There are a series of plans, monies. Most of them are capital projects between the three islands that were submitted back to EDA. Our team had a conversation with EDA and our OMB and primarily sports parks and recreation because they have a large amount of the monies that are assigned in that project. And the process is ongoing. So the monies are available. The EDA has a scope of work. And we're just in the process of having those funds be distributed. One of the challenges, or not really a challenge, but let me rephrase that. One of the requirements of that particular grant, if you are going to do capital projects, the capital projects have to be bid, awarded, contract negotiated before the monies are released. So I know that the respective agencies that are involved in tourism development projects are working on those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I guess you could follow up. But it's a budget question. If we don't move this money, the territory doesn't see gross receipts, income taxes, and the like.
There's a lot of money that we need to make sure that we move, and all the federal funds that's allocated to Department of Tourism, we need to make sure that we spend those monies. What is the Meeting Special Events Director? That is for...
I mean, we didn't assign an island for it, but
well, there's two. I just want to know, what's the position?
That's the position that handles, Alani Henneman Tadman. That's the position that handles all of the special event projects. So when we talk about ramping up MICE business and having groups come into the territory and have business groups specifically, that's the person that coordinates all of their travel and all of the touch points between the hotel to the taxi to the actual business itself. So, for example, if IBM was coming, they would be the first person they would contact, and they would give them a list of hotels that could accommodate their group. And then all of the taxi or DMOs, whoever they deem to work with, and they would be the ones to provide assistance on the ground.
Our social media platform is contracted out presently?
Yes. We have, between our public relations agency, our marketing agency, do a lot of the work. And then we have some local contractors that do work for the Division of Festivals. So it's a collaboration of efforts to get content out and stay current.
So hiring the two positions is an attempt to bring it in-house?
Yes. Well, I think what you mentioned and what we talked about today, Senator, is tourism is on a growth cycle. We definitely feel the need that we want to have the capabilities and build staffing internally. We always are going to need external assistance because of where we're located, right? We're here in the VI. Most of our business almost all of it comes from outside of the territory. So there's a need to have external people. But we also want to build a competency internal. And social media is one that continues to be important for not only USVI.
I agree. I just want to make sure that it's coming in-house. I have no issue with that at all. Your contracts. Who's marketing RFP? What's that? 2.1 million.
So what we did, Alani Henneman Tadman for the record, because we are going out to bid for the marketing and the PR contract, we identified the funding so that we're in the process. The marketing RFP will probably go down to PMP next week, Monday, and then it will be followed with the PR RFP, and that's the monies that we had previously set aside for those contracts.
Okay, so that's a request for proposal, so you just
RFP
carving the money
request for
out.
proposal. Correct.
Okay. Well, you don't have the contract here for DSI listed.
Yeah, that's the public relations RFP. The DCI contract is not listed here because we're still in negotiations with PMP to finalize it. So
Okay.
we didn't put it on because it's not final.
No, we had a contract for 3 months. They ain't finalized that contract yet?
Well, what we do have is we have approval while they finalize the negotiation, so we can pay them on a services rendered.
Okay, so you're
Peace.
going to make good on their payment. So
Yeah, well, we've already made one. We have the other two that's in. We're having a conversation with property and procurement
Okay.
regularly to make sure that we don't fall behind more than we are.
Marketplace excellence. We want to make good on that.
Well, marketplace excellence. We pay them what was owed per contract. There's some other invoices that are outstanding with some things that we asked them to assist on through our marketing side. That we receive an invoice here and there on. But per the contract, it was satisfied, and we continue to move forward.
Okay, thank you so much. I didn't realize, and we're going to end on this, I didn't realize that Senator Genevieve Whitaker have joined us. Senator, I'm going to give you 4 minutes, and then we're going to end. So you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues, to the central staff. Good afternoon to listening viewing audience, and good afternoon to our testifiers. Commissioner Basholta, I just want to good morning to you. I just wanted a few things I just want to follow up on. A lot of you and I, of course, I do appreciate the fact that you and I have had meetings, internal meetings. One of the things I wanted to find out about was the status of any kind of contract tracing contracts. I know you and I had, we had a particular company that was interested in coming to the Virgin Islands, and just where are we with that? Are you still interested in contracting with any companies to do contract tracing? But even beyond that, just a lot of the elements of when tourists come here, especially them visiting our local restaurants and support for a lot of our local activities.
Yes, Senator, thank you for the question. We continue to be open to vendors that have ideas or products that can help us, one, keep our visitors and locals alike safe, but secondly, allow us to be able to gather data on where people are coming from, what their preferences are, be able to give us a sense of our customer service levels. So if, one of the things I've learned talking to the group you spoke to and some others is that particular groups tend to adapt to situations. So right now, we're seeing that most of the contract tracing companies that were in it are no longer doing it because the requirements are no longer there. But that doesn't mean that the technology for healthcare and tracking people, whether that's through your digital, through your phones or your PDAs or whatever, is still not, can be used for other reasons. So we're definitely open to having conversations. Our team feels interest from different areas around, ways to track movement, track people's movement, spending. So we're definitely always open to gathering information.
Thank you. And of course, if you and I have coalesced over I'm very passionate about our culture and our history. And so, as you know, next year is the 175th Emancipation Commemoration. As the governor has indicated that we're going to have a committee. We have a committee. How is the department, as you look at this as the budget, because that's going to fall into this upcoming budget cycle? How are you and your team are going to work on ensuring that we shore up? Because the Department of Tourism, I respect a lot of work that's being done, but I know in one area specifically when it comes to celebrating our people. Because of course, even VI Freedom Week, while there was a big celebration in St. John, which I do respect, there was definitely not that element of emancipation that should have been. That was one of your jurisdiction areas, so we can highlight and celebrate our people.
Yes, Senator. Thank you for that. We definitely would have a conversation with Mr. Ian Turnbull and the group on where we can have some assets focused on. I think one of the things that I know I'm waiting on is just, some kind of submission with regards to memorializing that event, similar to what happened with the Centennial. So there was a commission set up, there was actual budget, and there was actual stuff done. So we can plan, but if it's going to be big, then it's easier if there's some structure that is brought to it. And I believe this body did it for the Centennial. I'm not sure if 175 gets you the same type of attention, but it's big, it's important, and we definitely are here to serve where we can.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. My time was called.
You
Okay. And I just,
go ahead. One final question, Senator. Go ahead.
yes, the final one is professional development. I'm always asking all of our commission directors how they're supporting the staff through professional development and just being encouraging. I think, and beyond just the attendance at conferences, how has your HR director really leaned in on supporting staff as they continue to grow within their positions and help them and support them going forward?
Yes, Senator, I think that's an area we can improve on within the department. We do a lot of informal, hands-on, on-the-job training, particularly in the three areas that are our biggest focus, that's marketing, advertising, and public relations and media relations. Excuse me. But I definitely believe that we can and we should invest more in more structured professional development for our team. Thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator. And the monies allocated for the 175th anniversary is $1 million in the governor's press conference.
And the funding source is the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund? Or is that another funding source?
No, I think the funding source, from what I heard, is the ARPA monies that they have. I don't think it's coming from you.
Okay,
have there been a discussion with you, Mr. Turnbull, in reference to this 175th anniversary?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So I've had some conversations, preliminary conversations with senators, DPNR commissioner.
Not senators, members of the commission.
No,
okay.
I have not had that conversation yet, no.
Okay, no problem. Commissioner, I'll give you an opportunity to close out.
Thank you, Senator Vele. I want to thank the body and the Finance Committee in particular for allowing us the opportunity to share what's been going on in the Department of Tourism and the Division of Festivals for this current fiscal year. Give some ideas and direction where we want to go in fiscal year 2023. I also want to thank the body for continuing to support tourism and festivals, and thank the body for allowing festivals to be under part of tourism. I believe that we have the platform to make it something really, really special, and we're doing the right things so far to make that happen. Lastly, I want to close by thanking our tourism team for all they do. The proof is in the pudding. We have been extremely successful throughout COVID. We continue to position ourselves to be successful moving forward. However, I will caution the body and the listening community and our tourism team. When you get to the top of the mountain, the work continues. And right now, we have to get ready to scale another mountain because the dynamics have changed in the tourism business, and we recognize how competitive it is. But I also want to thank Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, OMB, and this body for allowing us the opportunity to have a budget that keeps us competitive and to be able to consider what was done in fiscal 22 through the supplemental piece and what is expected in fiscal 2023. We can compete with the world and the rest of the Caribbean because we have resources to do it. So I want to thank everyone for that. And we look forward to working with this committee and other committees to continue to support our mandate. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a unique opportunity to grow the market because of what is happening in the world, not even nationally, what's happening with Ukraine and Russia and that European corridor, and what's happening in the Middle East. So the Caribbean is going to be the place where everybody wants to come. But we got to staff up because we might be at the top in terms of numbers, but we're definitely not at the top in terms of product. We have a lot more that we could do. We need to be encouraging this tourism market to beef up their product. I don't want to say how on the mic, but we really just got to do a better job. A lot of the neighboring Caribbean islands, they're going to a different level in terms of trying to attract tourists. And I heard all these rave reviews about the Jazz Fest in St. Kitts and how everything was set up and the stage and the stadium. And we got to get to that level. We have an opportunity, but it begins with definitely the tourism department division leading the charge. You know, you come into St. Croix, you don't even have a welcome sign. You don't have anything that says "Welcome to St. Croix," a beautiful sign that individuals could go underneath and take a picture. And those are the little simple stuff that should be done. You know, the infrastructure, signage, identifying landmarks, and everything else. We have an opportunity, and I encourage us to take advantage of it. But I'm coughing now, so I got to stop talking. The Committee of Finance will take a 15-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Next up, we have the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Director Lee is here along with members of his staff. I'm going to give them an opportunity to put the name and title on the record, beginning with you, Director Lee.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Lee. I am the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. And I am pleased to be here today with my crew. And I'll have them introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Avril Fabian, Deputy Director.
Next.
Good afternoon. Kimika Woods, Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon. Tavis DeWint, Chief of Computer Operations.
Good afternoon. Ophelia Hector, Human Resources Director.
Good afternoon. Tammy Smalls, Chief Counsel.
And we have some individuals virtually.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Perpetua Cranston.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Sharon Carr, Chief of the Delinquent Accounts and Returns Branch.
Good afternoon, Roosevelt Davis, Assistant Chief of Processing.
Thank you so much. That's it, Director?
That's it.
You may proceed.
Greetings, Honorable Kurt Viale, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, and other honorable committee members. Greetings to the honorable members of the 34th Legislature present, as well as the listening and viewing audience. My name is Joel A. Lee, and I am the Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Here with me today are 5 members of my management team: Mrs. Avril Thomas Fabian, Deputy Director of Operations; Kimika Woods, Chief Financial Officer; Attorney Tamara Smalls, Chief Counsel; Ms. Ophelia Hector, Director of Human Resources; and Tavis DeWint, Chief of Computer Operations. Attending via Teams are the following members of my management team: Ms. Sharon Carr, Chief of the Delinquent Accounts and Returns Branch; Ms. Perpetua Cranston, Chief of Audit; Ms. Naomi Maynard Julian, Chief Reviewer, Conferee; and Mr. Roosevelt Davis, Assistant Chief of Processing. We are here today to present the Bureau's proposed fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024 budgets of $13,176,237 and $13,176,044 respectively.
1 minute, Director. We're only speaking to 2023.
Okay.
So you could skip all the 2024 information.
Will do.
Thank you.
Both budgets are funded from the general fund. The fiscal year 2023 budget represents a decrease of 18% from the Bureau's fiscal year 2022 budget of $16,001,332. The fiscal year 2023 budget request is comprised of $6,819,473 for personnel costs, $3,576,733 for related fringe benefits, $231,200 for supplies, $2,068,831 for other services and charges, $380,000 for utilities, and $100,000 for capital expenditures. Personnel services, fiscal year 2023 request of $6,819,473 for personnel services funds a total of 153 positions. 101 of those positions are on St. Thomas, 50 on St. Croix, and 2 on St. John. For this fiscal year, we had 10 new hires, 16 promotions, 3 resignations, and 3 retirements. Included in the total funded positions are 18 vacancies, which are funded at 50% to account for the practical time frame for hiring in the fiscal year. Fringe benefits. The related fringe benefits cost for personnel is $3,576,733. This amount covers Social Security tax, Medicare tax, the employee's contribution to the government employees' retirement system, and the employer's share of the group health insurance premiums and workers' compensation. Together, personnel services and fringe benefits account for 79% of the Bureau's entire budget. Fiscal year 2023, personnel costs, once again, $6,819,473. Fringe benefits, $3,576,733. Supplies. The supplies amount of $231,200 is comprised of day-to-day office and operating supplies, repair and maintenance supplies, small tools and minor equipment, and data processing software. Other services and charges. Other services and charges, which include operational costs for fiscal year 2023, are budgeted at $2,068,831. The major expenses in this category include communications. Our communications expense of $310,000 includes postage for mailing tax bills and other correspondence to taxpayers, as well as payments for our dedicated computer and telephone lines and internet services. This year, we anticipate using a portion of this expense to upgrade our telephone system to accommodate the increased volume of calls and to allow better customer service accountability. Other services not otherwise categorized is budgeted at $20,000. This category will fund any unforeseen costs associated with the new excise locations on both islands, as will be discussed in more detail under the rental category. Professional services. Professional services of $152,580, which includes janitorial services for all Bureau locations, annual upgrades and maintenance to the Bureau's income and excise tax systems, and the cost for extermination. Machine rentals. Machine rentals of $144,290 covers the cost of the leases of the Bureau's copiers and printers and the rental of the posted machines. Rental of land buildings. The fiscal year 2023 rental obligations cover 4 rentals on the island of St. Thomas and 2 rentals on the island of St. Croix for a total cost of $806,691. The sum of $654,383 is allocated for the main office on St. Thomas, which is located in the East End Plaza in Red Hook, with a lease end date of December 31, 2026. By this time, the rent will be $706,897, which represents an annual 3.5% rent escalation each year. This office is comprised of 21,800 square feet of space. The Niski rent is $50,600, which is comprised of 2,300 square feet of space and is a year-to-year lease. $97,380 covers the cost of the Fortress storage locations, which is 9,200 square feet of off-site storage. And $12,000 covers the cost of the new excise tax office located at the Sandfill, which is comprised of 418 square feet of space. The sum of $4,440 is allocated for the cost of Sun Self-Storage on St. Croix, which is 250 square feet of off-site storage. And $10,000 covers the cost of the new excise location at the Molasses Pier, comprising of approximately 360 square feet of space. We are still fortunate to be a tenant in a government-owned office on the island of St. Croix. Therefore, we have no rental expenditures for our primary St. Croix location. Repair and maintenance. Repair and maintenance of $310,000 includes IT maintenance support, elevator maintenance, vehicle maintenance, and the maintenance of the Bureau's machines and equipment to include our postage meters. Security services. The security services expenditures of $160,000 covers armored transportation services and on-site security for the Bureau's facilities. Advertising, printing, training, and travel. These categories will pay the expenses for advertising, printing of envelopes, training of the staff, and travel, and the biggest cost for training is for the Internal Revenue agent and Internal Revenue officers. This training is done by the IRS, and we were not able to obtain training slots for employees for the last 3 years. We are in conversations, though, with the IRS training for this year, and we hope that this will occur. Utilities. The allocation to the bureaus for utilities cost is $380,000 for each fiscal year. Although not paid directly by the Bureau, this amount is reflected in the Bureau's budget. Capital projects. Our capital projects total $100,000 for this fiscal year. The The primary use of these funds is to further retrofit the excise offices and to address any major unforeseen challenges as it relates to the Bureau's equipment. The Bureau staff has been addressing various issues, and I would like to take this time to highlight some of our activities. The economic impact payments, also known as the stimulus payments. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, Congress authorized 3 stimulus check payments to the Virgin Island residents. These payments were funded by the U.S. Treasury, and despite our manually intensive processes, the staff worked frantically to get those payments into the hands of the residents as quickly as possible. I recognize that this intense period of heads-down work and pandemic uncertainties have had an effect on employee morale, but thankfully, we are on the slow process of getting back to normal. I want to truly recognize those employees who worked daily during the pandemic, ensuring that these payments were provided to the taxpayers. We received undeliverable checks, and some of our employees even went to that extra effort to locate taxpayers to get those checks into their hands. Once again, I want to say thank you to all of the folks who had a hand in delivering those checks. We still have checks remaining that have not been delivered, so we continue to encourage our taxpayers to reach out to us so they can receive the stimulus payments. The Bureau paid the following in COVID stimulus payments. EIP 1, which occurred between May 2020 and December 2020. This was the $1,200 stimulus payments for eligible U.S. citizens, along with the $500 per eligible dependent under 17. The Bureau processed 49,071 checks for a total of 74,677,113 in EIP 1 payments. EIP 2, which covered January 2021 through April 2021. This was the payment of $600 for each eligible U.S. citizen taxpayer and $600 for every dependent on a tax return under the age of 17. The Bureau processed 48,259 units of EIP 2, totaling $40,326,231. EIP 3, which covered April 2021 through December 2021. This was the payment of $1,400 per person on a tax return. The Bureau has processed 49,960 units of EIP 3 for a total of $106,207,642. Advanced child tax credit payments, which covered period August 2021 through December 2021. This was the payment of the 50% of the child tax credit that the taxpayer would be entitled to for the 2021 tax year. The amount was $3,600 for children under 5 and under, and $3,000 for children over 5. The Bureau paid 42,917 units of the advanced child tax credit, totaling $19,129,315. The recovery rebate credit for tax year 2020 is ongoing. On the 2020 income tax return, the recovery rebate credit represents the amount owed to those taxpayers who did not receive the EIP 1 and the EIP 2 stimulus payments. The recovery rebate credit totals $2,717,745 for 2,463 taxpayers to date. The EIP 3 and advanced tax child credit payments ended on December 31, 2021. Taxpayers who did not receive the advanced payments are able to recoup both payments on their 2021 return. The payment is also called the recovery rebate credit and will also be reimbursed by the U.S. Treasury. Simultaneous with the implementation of these stimulus payments and the advanced child tax credit, the Bureau, along with our sister territories, successfully executed the following administrative plans with the Department of Treasury. The American Opportunity Credit Plan, also known as the Education Tax Credit. This plan is a continuation of the reimbursement mechanism that has been in place since the implementation of this credit in tax year 2009. The revised plan became effective when the reimbursement portion of the American Opportunity Credit became a permanent part of the Internal Revenue Code in 2021. Historically, the Virgin Islands government has received an average of $1.2 million per year for the reimbursement for this credit paid to Virgin Island residents. Child and Dependent Credit Plan. This plan provides for the reimbursement of the Child and Dependent Care Credit from 2021 forward. For tax year 2021, the allowable child and dependent care expenses have been increased to $8,000 per child and $16,000 for more than one child. Not everyone will receive the full credit, since the amount of the credit is reduced based on taxpayers' income level. And finally, the Earned Income Tax Credit Plan. This plan provides for the full reimbursement of the Earned Income Tax Credit beginning with tax year 2021. The current maximum credit amounts are: no children, $1,502, one child, $3,618, two children, $5,980, three or more children, $6,728. Similar to the Child and Dependent Care Credit, these credit amounts are reduced based on income levels. For a point of reference of what this reimbursement means to the territory, this means that the government stands to collect an average of $20 million per year for returns processed. As we now have the funding mechanism in place for payment of these credits, which represents a significant percentage of pending refunds, the government of the Virgin Islands is now in a great position to meet its refund obligations on a yearly basis. Income tax refunds. To date, this fiscal year, the Bureau has processed and transmitted to the Department of Finance $74.1 million of refunds to pay a total of 31,874 taxpayers. As of today, the Bureau has $56 million of refunds processed and awaiting payment. As you're aware, this number will increase each day as our staff continues to data enter returns, complete audits, and correct errors found. As a reminder, the payment of refunds is done based on file date. It is important to note the Bureau has been paying refunds via direct deposit for more than 10 years. On average, each year, about 315 filers have requested to receive their refund via direct deposit. Unfortunately, we have found that direct deposit refunds are rejected by the financial institutions when the name on the account does not exactly match the name on the return. We also receive rejections when the taxpayer's bank account has been closed. This has resulted in double work, since technically the refund payment process has to start all over again. This choice of payment of refunds will be streamlined once the Bureau moves towards online filing and remains current on the payment of refunds. Revenue collections. Collections for fiscal year 2021 total $829 million, which represents $778 million for the general fund and $51 million for special funds. The breakdown is as follows. For fiscal year 2021, individual income was $439 million, corporate income was $73 million, gross receipt was $242 million, excise was $20 million, other miscellaneous taxes was $4 million, special funds was $51 million, which is how we arrived to the $829 million. So far this year, through June, fiscal year 2022, individual income, we've collected $379 million, corporate income of $99 million, gross receipt of $173 million, excise of $28 million, other miscellaneous taxes of $5 million, special funds of $56 million, to a total of $730 million. Our fiscal year 2023 projected collection is $472 million for individual income, corporate income $71 million, gross receipts $237 million, excise $40 million, other miscellaneous taxes $5 million, special funds $51 million, for a total of $876 million. I will reiterate, all this information is available on our website for your perusal. Act 8414 implemented the 2021 amnesty program covering tax years 2019 and prior for gross receipts, corporate and individual income taxes. The amnesty started in January 2021 and expired on June 30, 2021. To date, the Bureau has collected $15.8 million in outstanding tax balances tied to the amnesty. The associated penalties and interest waived for these payments totaled $9.2 million. On March 16, 2022, which is this year, the Bureau implemented a penalty abatement program to once again provide taxpayers with the opportunity to meet their tax obligations. With the abatement of penalties, once the tax and interest amounts were paid in full, the program ended on May 30th, 2022, resulted in the payment of $3,171,168 and the abatement of $3,313,171 in penalties. The current outstanding taxes owed to the government of the VI is approximately $216 million. Adjustments were made for taxpayers in bankruptcy, EDC erroneous balances, abatement of accounts for government agencies, as well as abatements for accounts beyond the 10-year statute of limitations. The verification of the accounts receivable remains an ongoing process to ensure that the balance can be relied upon as accurate and correct. These balances span over a period of 10 years. As we review the industry trends based on collections, the top tier groups are construction, consulting, and food and beverage. These three categories account for 47% of gross receipt income over the last 3 years, and I expect this trend to continue throughout the next fiscal year. This year, the Bureau fully resumed the annual Taxpayer Assistance Program. We were able to assist 664 residents in the filing of their tax return. Each year, the Bureau sees an increase in the elderly population who look forward to this assistance with the filing of their taxes. And it's done on a voluntary basis. The Bureau was able to successfully implement the Advanced Child Tax Credit by ensuring that the Bureau received the taxpayer's dependent birth certificate and Social Security information to determine those whose dependents made them eligible for the Economic Impact Payments 1 and 2. This doesn't apply to EIP 3 because the age restriction was removed. This verification is part of the auditing requirement under the Advanced Child Tax Credit Plan and will become part of the audit files if there's an audit by the Treasury Department about the use of the federal funds for these intended purposes. In addition to these efforts, there have been significant increase in duplication of dependents as parties have decided to maximize efforts to achieve the greatest refund or stimulus payment they can. We repositioned staff to ensure that these issues were handled in a timely manner. In order to settle the issues of duplication and get taxpayers with the correct stimulus payments that were entitled to, overall, the Bureau was inundated with a number of fraudulent returns as taxpayers were attempting to recover stimulus payments that they were not entitled to. This led to an increase in the numbers of returns placed in the error status. In addition, Puerto Rico erroneously made deposit payments to taxpayers in the VI who received Social Security payments. More than 5.5 million of stimulus payments had to be recovered and repaid because some taxpayers received payments from both the VI and from Puerto Rico. Similarly, the IRS paid more than 2,500 VI residents who, for some reason, were entered into their database, either erroneously or because those VI residents also filed with the IRS. To date, the Bureau has recovered $700,000 of those payments from the VI residents that must be repaid to the IRS. Currently, the Bureau has approximately 13,000 income tax returns that are in error status. 90% of those errors occurred during the stimulus payment period. These returns will be worked on as expeditiously as possible in order for refunds to be processed and liabilities assessed. Taxpayers are urged to review their returns before signing them to assist in reducing the errors. In addition, when an error is discovered and notices are sent to the taxpayers, we ask that the taxpayers respond to the letters as soon as possible. The lack of a response by the taxpayer results in delays in processing the errors in the tax bills. Another area that creates errors is bounce checks. The Bureau will fully be implementing the telecheck system in an effort to curtail this particular issue. We are awaiting the new machines, and once those arrive, we will be putting them to use. Last fiscal year, for example, we had $2 million of checks returned to the Bureau for insufficient funds. It is our goal to have that number reduced with the full implementation of TeleCheck. Update on fiscal year 2022 goals. At last year's budget hearing, I brought forth 3 goals for fiscal year 2022, and I want to thank this body for its overwhelming support of the Bureau and our needs. Here's an update on those goals. Reorganization of the Bureau's personnel positions. This body funded the Bureau's draft reorganization plan, and the Bureau met with the Office of Collective Bargaining to determine the next steps to implement the reorganization. We have been informed, due to the union presence in the Bureau, the attempt to increase the employee's salary must be considered in conjunction with other union positions across government agencies. To maximize the use of these funds, the Bureau funded positions that were available for promotions from within and urged employees who qualify to apply for the positions. By doing this, the Bureau inadvertently offered the senior positions to 3 employees who did not qualify for the positions and later had to rescind those promotions. That exercise showed us that the job specifications are truly out of date and must be updated as soon as possible. We remain ready to follow up with this reorganization plan, as it will work to not only increase the salaries of the hardworking employees of the Bureau, but it will simultaneously make salaries more attractive for the recruitment purposes. Number 2, gross receipts online filing. We are pleased to report that our efforts to get the territory into the 21st century using technology to assist our taxpayers by providing a more efficient means of filing gross receipt taxes have been constant and fruitful. We are pleased to announce that the Bureau will be offering online filing of gross receipts beginning on October 1st, 2022. We are at the final stages of design, and the last mile is coordinating payment acceptance into the government's bank account. Finally, online income tax portal. The contract for this, an exciting project, was recently approved by the Bureau. We anticipate that our efforts will result in tax year 2021 being the inaugural filing on the online income tax portal. Our goal is to be ready for the October 15, 2022 due date for those taxpayers who filed extensions. It is the Bureau's plan to use this online income tax portal as the bridge while we transition to a more modern platform. The modernization plan transitions the Bureau from our standalone in-house model to a more web-based platform with an advanced programming language. The Bureau continues to remain thankful for our critical external vendors, especially Mr. Cliff Parker, ScanOptics, and Raw Data, who assists with the maintenance and upgrade of the Bureau's antiquated tax systems. As I conclude, I wish to thank the staff of the Bureau for their hard work and dedication. I would like to also thank the staff of the Department of Finance for their continued assistance in sending out refunds and stimulus checks. Mr. Chairman, my staff and I are here to answer any questions that you or other members of this body may have.
Thank you, Director Lee. We're going to go directly into a round of questions, and we'll begin with Senator Blyden, 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Director Lee, I'm your supporting team there with you, your management team, and thank you so much for your testimony. Let me go to Ms. Brooks. Page 4 of 17 in the post-audit report on the personnel services. I note that in the post-audit report, the expenditures for 2021 was 6.6 million. 2022, the appropriation was 8.4. And for 2023, we are recommending 6.8. How much have we expended thus far for this fiscal year? May I ask?
Good day, Senator. I'm going to have my CFO answer that question for you.
Afternoon.
Speak into the mic and state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Kimika Woods, Chief Financial Officer. To date, the Bureau has spent One moment.
And why I asked that also, why you're looking for that amount, because Director Lee mentioned in your testimony for this fiscal year, you have 10 new hires, 3 resignation, 3 retirements, so that leave with a positive of 4. And you have 18 vacancies. And it's funded at 50%, correct? Funded at 50%?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm looking at this number. Did you get a number as to how much have been expended to date?
Yes, as of June 30th, personnel costs were $4,699,582.
Okay, very well. Well, it looks like it'll be sufficient then, because that 8.4 was off a little then. But let me ask though, in respect to your staff, because I know we have been pushing to get certain positions filled at the Bureau in order for the collections to increase. And I see in testimony that the revenues have increased by, I think, by some $146 million in all the different categories. On the chart you have here for your revenue collections, you anticipate a good much increase. And what the result of that, may I ask?
Well, I will be honest. Once again, Joel Lee, Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue. What we found, once again, as far as, to honor disclosure rules, we noticed in 2021, some huge catch-up payments were made to some pretty big contractors that included multiple years. So that's why in 2021 it was such a spike, simply because those monies were actually paid during that year for 2020 and for 2019. So that's an anomaly. I don't want that to be the norm.
But still, though, because, for instance, let me go through the chart. For individual income tax for 21, $439 million, 22 to June, up as of June 30th, 379. But for 23, you're anticipating 472, which is more than 21. And then corporate income tax, it was 73 in 21. You anticipate, as to date for this year, as of June, it's $99 million.
Yes.
Gross receipt from 242, to date, 173, and on and on. So even though there was an anomaly set in 21, the numbers are pretty high in 22 also. So what's going on in that space? What
Yes, well, once again, these projections are in collaboration with my fellow government agencies, ODR and OMB, who are more aware of projects that are going to be funded for contracting jobs, primarily in the territory. So they factor those numbers into their equation of funding that's going to actually hit the street. So that's most likely why those numbers are at, where they're at.
What about the key position, critical vacancies that you have been able to fill? That does not have anything to do with it? In terms of staffing and having the capacity to do the work?
Staffing helps. And we have, at this moment in time, we would always love staff, but clearly we're collecting with the staff we have. We're doing very non-traditional collecting methods. For example, we have businesses that only open at night. I now have a team who goes at night to enforce, where traditionally, we were a lot more rigid in our processes of collection. We are being more flexible to accommodate the nuances and the niches that are being created in the territory.
Well, I appreciate your creativity and being flexible, because apparently is the right thing to do and it's working. Let's go to your, do you have any outstanding vendor payments?
Yes, I'll have my CFO.
And what are we doing to assure that we get up to date?
Again, Kimika Woods, Chief Financial Officer. We have 3 vendors that are currently on our outstanding obligation list. we are currently, what the funding is available to us. It's just a matter of collaboration with the Department of Finance and Office of Management and Budget to get those budgets on the system and get those vendors.
Very well. And rental properties, all of your lease is up to date. I see you had one here pending. Have that lease been updated?
Which lease
The one
specifically?
with the Port Authority.
Oh, well, that's a very new project that we just had a grand opening maybe a couple of weeks ago. So that's not fully, refurbished and ready to be moved in. So whenever it's ready for them to give us the keys, we'll be officially able to take over the space.
And your federal grants, there's a list in here of federal funds. Some of them are to expire the end of this year, etc. 2 for next year. All of those grants will be utilized. All of the funds will be spent
Absolutely.
within the time frame.
We are definitely using them. We've expended some monies already, so it's not like they're just sitting waiting to be used.
Okay, and finally, before my time is called, I want to go back to your personal, because in testimony you mentioned some of your staff that you promoted, but you had to pull back, couple,
Unfortunately, yes.
etc. What are you doing in terms of training, etc., for the employees? What type of training do you provide for employees, etc.?
For the testimony, we look towards IRS for that training, and they just were not able to accommodate us. Once again, they were going through the COVID too. However, as of now, we are in those discussions, and they are now able and open to possibly send down someone who can train us all at once. So that's where we're at.
Okay, very well. I got my colleague can't feel done. Mr. Chair, I don't want to take advantage of the time because the timekeeper is not there. So I know my time would have been called a long time ago. You didn't
I didn't even realize that.
Thank you
done.
anyway for the time.
You took advantage of that situation. Okay, no problem. I'm going to put on my timer and say time now. In reference to, I see that there's a cut in the budget. And you're saying that you could live with that $1.6 million cut?
Yes, I mean, that cut was based on a slashing of vacancy, whereas before we were funded the full vacancy. And the reality is we're not going to get everyone on October 1st for the whole year. So
how much vacancies do you have?
Let's see here. Let me check the testimony. I guess 18. 18, Senator.
That's a lot more than, 1.5 is a lot more than just slashing 50% of 18 positions.
Okay.
So what are these positions funded at?
I'm going to ask my HR director to answer that. Could you also repeat the question, Senator?
That's it. That's a lot more than just 50%. If I calculate 18 position at $70,000 and say you only funding 35,000, and I know that's not the salary, I'm going high, that's $630,000. So you have like $1 million additional slash. They slash like $1.2 million from your budget, even after funding these positions as 50%. I'm just trying to find out the justification to cut the budget for one of the main revenue generators for the government of the Virgin Islands.
Ophelia Hector, Human Resources Director. Senator, based on your calculation, in fact, yes, it's $1 million, in excess of $1 million. However, those positions, instead of them being funded at a 50%, it's 100.
You okay? Still have a lot more money in there. I'll calculate it. I read your testimony about the reorganization plan that you had and your effort to increase the pay of those who are going out and collecting our taxes. And I read the section about in conjunction with other union positions across government, saying that they can't get an increase unless other positions across government get an increase. And the request was to meet with officer collective bargaining and have a stipulation, because you have certain positions that have specific requirements. Some are degreed, that you need to have X, Y, and Z, or having problems attracting accountants to come to the agency. So we're saying, well, we need to once and for all correct this problem so that we can get qualified individuals to come on board, which would then increase the revenues of the Virgin Islands. So I can't see the collective bargaining saying, no, we can't do that. You know, you got to make sure that everybody else is taken care of. We have been funding raises, but we're trying to create a structure within internal revenue where you're able to attract individuals to help you to complete your tasks. So I hope this $1 million in removing all of those monies, and then if we are successful in negotiation, and I will go to to the graph next, he's going to ask you that anyhow, that we are removing those monies and then we have to find it someplace else.
We totally understand your perspective, and yes.
Okay. Last time we did this budget in a markup, so we increased a lot of stuff because we felt if we want to go after money, we got to act like we want to go after money. And if you're going to not pay individuals what they're supposed to get, they're going to find other mechanisms, whether it's a second job or whatever, to be able to get sufficient monies. And that's not the intent of this body. The intent of this body is to supply internal. Where do you hear internal revenue budget being cut? When they're a revenue generator for the government of the Virgin Islands. This one just don't make any sense to me. Well, I'll come back to it. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. I do apologize for being late, but I know I heard it. Update on FY 2022 goals. Reorganization of the Bureau's personnel positions. I don't care how you turn, where you're collecting, how you're doing it. Without your staff, zero. So I got to be redundant and start. Again, your wage increases. Have you had any movement in regards to wage increases at all for your department?
Yeah, yeah, my testimony indicated that we were successful. I'm grateful to this body for giving us funding. When we attempted to do the raise increase, we were kind of met with a little bit of an uphill battle. We are trying to do some restructuring
how many bargaining units you have? How many unions you have in your shop? In your
2 bargaining units, Senator.
Okay, have you had conversation with them?
We are currently under negotiation now with the government.
Okay, so you're currently under negotiation for wage increases, period?
Yes, period.
We got the funding, yes.
Right, okay, so I'm not talking about what your plans are in reorganizing. That's wishful thinking, that's down the road.
Well, actually, that's what we're doing now.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So with negotiating with bargaining units, those are discussions to have with them, not with OMB or OCB, to have with those individual bargaining units and let them have those conversations with OCB.
Well, that's currently going on as we speak.
Okay, so then based on that and based on what the current bargaining units are, any money being put aside for the 23 budget towards specifically, we could then see what the pay schedules are. We see if there's an increase, what they basically should be going to next. We could guesstimate and estimate. Department of Tourism said they did it, and to me, it can be done. Have that been done?
Yeah, I think that goes back to the chairman's point, because our budget was reduced. Because at this current time, I recognize that those positions are still in flux. I presume once everything goes through, we'll probably be back here asking for funding.
Like I always got to tell everybody from Savannah, I don't presume, I don't assume. You know what they say about assuming?
I understand.
Director, you stated, 1, reorganization of the Bureau's personnel position. This body funded the Bureau draft reorganization plan. This is the body you had before. This where ain't nobody in the executive branch going to tell you we can't do this for you. And then it goes into other details, fine. But you started off your sentence with this body right here. Redundancy in terms of the kind of money now you're showing that you're collecting, how modest you're being. Blow your hand. Your team walking. If they ain't walking, fine. Let's address those who are not working. Have you had any retirements since last year?
Yes, how many did we indicate? Three? Yeah.
3 persons retired.
Yes, sir.
Were their monies and everything paid up in the GRS so they could go home and be
Yes,
already
sir.
paid?
Yes, sir.
So they're good.
Yes, sir.
And they did a career in your department. So again, it's you're collecting the monies. This body funded the bureau. I'm going to keep repeating that statement because that's what you're here for.
Yeah.
However you slice and dice, if everybody say, hey, we coming in to work tomorrow, nothing gets done. It's 40 years I'm in the government. 40 years. Or we just say in the VI, 40 years I've been in government. So I have no trick I have not seen, or they could bring wherever they want after. The bottom line is your personnel, period. Have any exempt employees been in line for any wage increases?
2
No.
minutes.
No, Senator. I did not think it would be appropriate to raise exempt while the union staff are not made whole or get their increase simultaneously. So,
No, I agree.
Yeah.
But again,
so the
it's-
answer is no.
So then I mean then we gotta stop dragging the foot on the one end. So the other end, because the government is not gonna move with the state we in. Everybody want to be, oh, I can't get this person no money, I can't get that person, because that person get mad because he's cousin to this person, aunt, uncle, nephew, son.
I am confident that the negotiations will wrap up quickly and we will have a successful.
Okay, so and
path
quickly now,
forward.
the environment where they're working in, the building, you have 2 buildings, one in the country. What's the rent for that building, and one in Niski? What's the rent for that building? You may have mentioned it before, but
Yeah,
if
it's
you have it, I
testimony,
apologize.
so give me a second.
Red Hook
Yes. Page 6.
and Niski.
Should be on page 6. The Red Hook rent currently is $654,000.
Okay, and Niski?
Niski, it is $50,600.
Okay, and finally, before my turn get called, what is the status of the infrastructure where your employees are working in? Capital outlays, you need funding for anything, any repairs, any building. Mold has been an issue, and different things over the past couple of years.
Right now, the only structural issue that's very apparent is we are trying to get an AC unit in our St. Croix office.
Mm-hmm.
And we have done the necessary steps to get that unit.
So you have anybody working in the office?
Yeah, when we have AC, it's just not all 3 units as normal.
So it's uncomfortable to work in.
Yeah, it's a little, but we have done our part to get the funds pushed forward so we can get that.
Okay, so you have it funded already? It's fully funded?
No, we have to. This body's gonna.
Okay, so it's going to be done in the 23 budget?
No, we're gonna ask for supplemental in this fiscal year.
Time.
If I may, with all due respect, they say it's like pulling teeth. I'm trying to get a straight answer. You come here, tell us what you need. You're trying to get
we need
employees
funding for that
first.
AC. Correct.
If you don't got money to fix your car to drive it anyway, but employees first.
One at a time.
Thank you for the time. Thank you for the time, Director. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So what's the cost of the AC?
I'll have my CFO.
Kimika Woods, Chief Financial Officer. The estimated cost of the repairs were somewhere within $200,000.
Repairs or new?
For new, to replace all of the old air conditioning.
200 and change.
And the request is going to be to move the money from personnel services to capital outlay?
If we have to move that money from personnel, then that is
The bill already, the bill is in government house. What does it say? We've been waiting for this bill for 2.5 months. We're hearing that a supplemental budget is coming down. What was the request?
In actuality, when the Bureau made the request, we asked for additional funding because we are hopeful that that reorg does go through this fiscal year, and moving money from personnel may hinder, we may fall short. So we did ask for additional funding.
Okay, so further complicates the issue, because if the reorg goes through and you're cutting $1,600, you just cut the reorg.
Yes.
So we need to.
Which is why we sent down an additional request, Senator.
So
you're testifying based on the cap that was given you. That's long and short. So colleagues, they have a cap. They're testifying based on the cap. It is up to this body to make a determination as to, we are the ones that mark up the budget, mark it up or down. So we listen to the testimony and then we make a decision as to how we're going to move forward. We want the reorg to take place because we want to make sure that we're able to hire individuals. I looked at you said for this fiscal year we had 10 new hires. 10. 3 resignation. So that's 7. 3 retirement. So that's down to 4. So we only really hire 4. We only have 4 additional positions. And the intent of this body wasn't to hire 4 additional positions. It was to hire multiple individuals, because the mindset was, if you have one person that you're paying $50,000 and 28 in fringe, I say 78, if they could collect $200,000, the addition of that one person, we just made $120-something thousand. So that's the math. The math is that every person that we bring on, we expect to generate additional revenues, and I don't see why we're going backwards. You collected $99 million in corporate income tax. How? We projected 60-something million. What's the parameters that makes this year just a banner year for corporate income tax?
Well, once again, I'll say that, lack of a better word, we've been hitting the streets. We've been knocking on doors in a very persuasive way, and I think that has encouraged folks to come in on their own versus us going a different road. And we've been doing things, once again, outside of the normal business parameters.
Okay. We'll make the appropriate decision when we're going through the markup process. Senator Carrion, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Director, budgetary challenge.
Yes, sir.
What is your budgetary challenge?
Once again, I think we, currently what's in place, we have an AC issue that came up, so we definitely would like to get that handled. Our overall employee salaries need to get raised. We also have that in play. So we have, all of the more obvious factors, we're addressing them, but, unfortunately, we need collaboration. And once we get there, we'll be fine. But currently, right now, we're at a better place than we've been.
You are at the right place to make those appeals and make those requests, to make what your needs, to make known what your needs are, so that we can make an informative decision. What would you say is your biggest accomplishment so far this year?
Let's see. Besides for the the higher tax collection. I think to be able to say that we are going to be able to go online, gross receipts by October 1st, and then ideally be able to go online once again with filing for refund for returns as a whole. You know, it's a build-up. So although those trigger dates are going to happen a little bit in the future, that's probably the biggest accomplishment that I can hang my hat on.
All right. So you mentioned about the lack of training in the last 3 years. What effect, if any, has that caused to the Bureau?
You know, well, the training goes hand in hand with qualifications that then help people to be able to be promoted. So that's probably the biggest hindrance. You know, our methods of collection and audit are you know, there have been new twists to returns. You know, cyber currency. There have been new things that quite haven't hit our shores yet. So we haven't been too far behind. But as far as the ability for my team to get educated to then qualify for promotion opportunities, that's, I think, the drawback that impacts me the most as far as not being able to provide that an opportunity for growth.
And that will change this year, right? You're getting someone to come in?
Yeah, you know, COVID is once again, for the most part, over. The IRS is now able to be more willing.
What's the cost associated with this training?
Oh, we don't know. We don't have a bill in our hand yet. You know, once again, once IRS gives us the okay, we then have to determine the cost to fly someone down, then determine how many people they want to send.
This. What are you proposing then for your training in the budget?
How much?
Kimika Woods, Chief Financial Officer. In fiscal year 2023's budget, we have forecasted $75,000 for training.
25,000. All right. And then you said in your testimony about 2 million in return checks. What is the cost to the Bureau?
2 minutes.
Could you repeat that question, sir?
In your testimony, you said you have $2 million in return checks. Checks have bounced.
In NSF
What's
checks.
The cost to the Bureau?
Yeah. So what we're saying is $2 million worth of checks were returned. So that's just $2 million less that the government received. We are implementing a full telecheck system to help reduce that amount.
Yeah, but apart from that, does the bank institution charge you for each individual check that has insufficient fund? And if there's a cost related to that charge? Or is that waived to the Bureau?
Yeah, I don't have that exact amount on hand, but I would presume there is a cost for a return check.
Can you please submit that through the chair so we could have an idea? And what will be the cost implementing the telecheck?
That I don't have. Once again, the telecheck system kind of runs through Department of Finance. So, you know, even though we're going to get the machines, I really need to discuss, because if there's probably going to be a package deal across all agencies, and I don't know what that final dollar amount is. But whatever the case, we expect it to be less than the $2 million.
Director, with regards to Act 8528, the Hotel Tax Efficiency Act, what initiatives has your Bureau began in regards to fulfilling that mandate?
Well, in a nutshell, there is no enforcement for us. So what we are trying to do to model a current existing situation, we're going to work with Department of Tourism to see what incentive they can give to that third party, similar to an arrangement that they have now. But at the end of the day, we really don't have any enforcement ability. So we are looking for more voluntary collaboration with those third party people, entities who are not currently in our, in our territory paying taxes.
Time.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may,
You may conclude.
apart from that, so your office, you're saying, hasn't done anything. Have you hired additional staff? Who has been assigned within your office to make some of the contacts and arrangements with some of these corporation?
No.
You're just relying on tourism?
Yes, there's no enforcement. And I think in the past we've reached out, but we haven't gotten any responses. Once again, it's not a requirement for an entity who's operating outside of the territory to pay taxes. I mean, if we're talking, some of these companies we saw are in Europe. We have no jurisdiction over them. So we have to have a voluntary collaboration similar to the situation we have now. That was based on a give and take arrangement. But the idea of us trying to enforce, we have no legal or opportunity to enforce that.
Well, we could have a conversation offhand. My time has been called, but I beg to differ from your position based on amendments that was done to the law. If they're doing business in the territory, they're recognized as doing business in the territory, even though they might not have a corporate office here. And the law clearly states that it's in the law that you have to engage within 90 days with these companies to start doing that effort. I won't take any more of that time, but we could continue having that conversation. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. The Department of Finance budget fiscal year 2022 appropriation, telecheck loss prevention fees, $200,000. We just wasting money. We're paying $200,000 to telecheck, and we don't have it fully implemented in the entity that generates the bulk of our revenues. That doesn't make sense to me, because you guys, I mean, you're already generated $730 million. Our budget was like 9 and 19 or something like that. So what are we paying the $200,000 for? We need to transfer it to you, transfer half of the money to internal revenue so you could deal with it directly, because I don't know why are we paying the money. We paid $233,000 in fiscal year 2021, and we asked the Department of Finance repeatedly, will this telecheck system be shared with all the revenue-generating entities? Internal revenue, motor vehicle, and now we got $2 million in check bouncing. How are we going to recapture those monies, that $2 million?
Well, what we do is, the folks still have to pay their taxes. We still are able to do our technique of, ultimately, if they don't cooperate, grabbing it out of their account.
You don't give me an answer without giving me an answer. No. I don't just.
We can get the money.
Where's the answer?
We can get the money.
Okay.
But, yeah, go ahead.
Attorney.
Tammy Parsons Smalls, Chief Counsel. The VI Code provides for a 2% bad check penalty that we assess, and we also assess interest. So we do collect the check, the penalty, and the interest once we are following our NSF procedure.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator James, is there? No. The graph went already. Senator Francis.
Very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to you, my colleagues, and good afternoon to the
Good day.
BIR family.
Afternoon.
Director Lee, you're too modest. You're a boss agency. When you talk about $829 million collected in revenues during fiscal year 21, $730 million in fiscal year 2022, actual thus far. You're a boss agency. I can't believe I gotta read and wait until I reach all the way page 15 to realize our revenue collections. I want to see that up front. Introduce your staff, and then I want to see how much money you collected. All right?
Yes, sir. Post it on the website.
Yeah, I look at it pretty often, but today's your day to gloat. When
Understood.
you walk in here, you're boss. Ain't no other agency in this government could come in here and have talks like that. The amount of money that you're collecting. Represent.
I hear you.
So I want to say that ad nauseum, I've been discussing this telecheck issue. You know, over the years, I've never been in the Committee of Finance, but every time I've attended most of the finance hearing for the last 4 terms, 8 years. And I've often asked about this telecheck issue because, again, it put us at a disadvantage. And we need to send a strong message. We can't have individuals issuing these worthless documents. You know, things happen, and we understand that. But $2 million worth? That's a problem. So in addition to your 2% and interest costs, we also need to make sure that we're making police report and forcing these individuals to come in and make sure that they're paying these issues. So you spoke about 13,000 income tax returns as well. And I know some of those were stimulus payment. But what happens to those 13,000 income tax return that came back to the agency?
Well, those are what I noted are the fraudulent returns, mostly fraudulent. So we have to tediously dedicate some time to kind of sift through and make sure they're legitimate. For example, we have dual households claiming the same child, and obviously you can't, you know, you're only entitled, each individual is only entitled to one payment, but we did have a number of multiple households, once again, claiming the same child 2 or 3 times even.
This is federal money. This is federal money. This could be considered a federal crime as well.
Yeah, but you know, we're not giving it out, so you know, we're pretty effective, you know, to try to identify and, you know, have the respective parties come in and prove that they are indeed the caretaker of the children.
Okay. On a happy note as well, I want to thank you and Department of Finance for paving that parking lot.
You're welcome.
That's a lot to do. I'm sure the employees as well as us, the consumers that come there and customers appreciate being able to come into that parking lot. So in respect to your KPIs, and in sifting through your KPIs, I'm seeing that in most instances, you're about 2 of 6 in being able to successfully meet your KPIs, which account for about 33%. What are you doing to carefully monitor your KPIs? Because again, it speaks to accountability of government. What are you doing to monitor your KPIs and make sure that you're working towards achieving those KPIs?
Yeah, we definitely are taking a more aggressive approach to look at those. You know, unfortunately,
2 minutes.
we were inundated with tasks that we weren't prepared for. Once again, stimulus and a whole bunch of things that kind of sidetracked us simply because we knew the importance of getting the money out to the population. But yes, we are now that things are normal now, better, you know, more than they have been, we will be kind of looking at those more specifically, keeping track better so that we can, you know, achieve some of these KPIs. I think we may have overestimated our potential, you know, the practicality of it, but I think we're going to dedicate some focus to it to get it a little bit more favorable.
Very well. And in respect to your vacancies, 18 vacancies, you know, what are you doing to close the loop on that? What is the bottleneck? Do you already have PRFs for those vacancies? Well, what's happening with hiring?
Well, what we're hoping is, once again, once we get the funding to increase the salaries, then we expect a better feedback with our, you know, marketing for employees, for potential employees. So it's kind of going hand to hand with a number of, you know, things we have going on. But at the minimum, we want to get these raises in place so that we have a better opportunity to bring people in. Without that, we're still going to be struggling.
Do you have the availability of accessing those fellows similar to what's over at OMB?
I'll have, yes, we do have some fellows. We're a part of the rotation, Senator.
How many do you have on board?
Currently, right now, we have 3.
3. In both districts,
2 in St. Thomas, 1 on St. Croix.
Time.
all right, very well. My time had been called, but I just wanted to wrap up by asking you, what gives you reason for pause? What about this budget that keeps you up at night? What is? I heard one of my colleagues ask you about your challenges, but what troubles you? As you put your head down in the evening after hard days of work, facing in the sunlight the next day. What about this budget that gives you a reason for pause?
The thing is, as everyone so graciously indicated, we are collecting quite a bit of monies. I really need to get my team at a compensatory level that's appropriate. That's my number one dream. Once I get folks paid accordingly, because we are doing hard work, we are inundated with new challenges, but I really need to get us squared away financially.
Thank you very much. And let's have a conversation about that, because there's some stipends and other areas that I believe that you can incentivize, good work and be able to reward your employees. It's critical that in your agency you're able to do that again because of the revenues that you're bringing in. And I think that there's some opportunities that you could and make that happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. One of the issues I've been realizing is that the Fellows program is a good program. However, your Fellows making more money than a lot of your staff who have been there for 10, 15 years. So you have a fellow and that period is exhausted and they want to become a senior excise tax officer. They're going to drop to 40s, low 40s. They want to be a tax correction examiner, they're going to drop to 30-something. So while it might be good, it is what happens after. Because after that fellowship period is exhausted, then you're applying for a position that is $15,000 less, so $10,000 or $12,000 less than you're presently making. So even if you have those individuals with a business, accounting degree, and that is where the flaw lies, because we have that first set that is almost finished with a fellowship program. Which one of these positions they're going to apply for? Well, we can't even fix the salary for those who've been there 10, 15 years and making 40-something. And it's unfair. You have somebody who are working 10, 15 years making 40-something and training somebody that came in and making $52,000 or $55,000 for the first year. But yet, there are obstacles as to union this and collective bargaining, saying this and that. But you could bring somebody young in, which is good because you need to train our young. But you're bringing them in way above those employees that have been toiling for years. Senator, it is not there. If I go to Senator Sarro, the child tax credit that was being paid directly, you're paying that for what, a period of 4 or 5 months?
Yes, we gave an advance over 5 months.
5 months.
Yes.
So what was the impact on the amount of tax monies that we have to pay out the next year? It reduced it by how much? It had to reduce it. So we should not have as much tax obligation for FY
Correct.
21.
Fortunately, that gets reimbursed by the Treasury, so it doesn't come out of our pocket.
Yeah, but I ain't got to worry about it now at all. It'll get reimbursed. We'll get reimbursed after a period of time.
It's quick. Once we pay it out, we're eligible to request it, and they are prepared to send us the money within days.
How much have we received in reimbursement?
I think the way how it was set up, they gave us some money up front because this was a program.
I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about previous years.
Oh.
FY, what is the previous tax year that you have all the documentation for? It ain't going to be 20, because 20 we ain't finished yet, right? So let's say 19. How much did we receive back in reimbursement for tax credits?
Say right now.
You're asking about the additional child tax credit?
Yes.
So in fiscal year 2020, it was 4.4 million, and in 2021 to date is 2021 is 7.7 million.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Saro?
Thank you.
So with Senator James is there? Senator James, you're up. One minute, Senator James. Senator James, Mike?
Yes. Good afternoon, testifiers. Thank you for being here. I'm going to ask my questions, and then I'm going to run over to the EMT graduation. Because we have a graduating class today. As far as IRB, when it comes to infrastructure and maintenance, as far as capital outlays, what do you have planned to enhance the building, or are we satisfied with just the current state of the building when it comes to the island of St. Croix?
We are actually in talks with the Department of Finance, who actually oversees the building. I know we are really just trying to refurbish, but, fortunately, we don't pay rent there, so we should be able to do something, but who's driving that is Department of Finance, and I don't have the schematics. I know for us, because we occupy the top floor, we're talking about, probably some roofing, painting, just sprucing up the space. But for the overall building, I have to probably discuss with finance where we at in that journey.
Please do so, and I'm happy to know that you share the building with them. And I just want to make sure that our employees are comfortable while they work on behalf of the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. And as far as your critical vacancies, what would you say are your top vacancies that you're truly focusing on to make sure that they are filled to get your department or your division up and running?
I'm going to have my HR director chime in.
Ophelia Hector, Human Resources Director. Senator, at this given time, we are pleased to indicate to you that our revenue agents and revenue officers, those positions are filled. However, to just respond adequately to your question in regards to which position is actually like an essential position, I would say right now we have a lot of the tax error correction examiners positions. They're like the local tax examiners position. They're the ones that correct errors and actually take care of the gross receipts. But those positions are going to get filled, Senator.
And for those specific positions, are there like any, or is there like any tests or anything that prep you, or is it just specific requirements as far as degrees or years in service? Do you have like tests to prepare individuals? Say, for instance, an individual came straight out of the University of the Virgin Islands with a degree in finance or whatever the case may be. Is there a test that prepared those individuals to eventually fill that position?
Senator, no, there's no test that would prepare them for the position. However, let me just put on the record, the Division of Personnel are the certifiers for these positions. However, let's say, for example, you used the example of our finance graduate. Our hub basically is accounting. So that finance candidate may not have enough accounting credits to be certified for the position. So again, the Division of Personnel is the ones that would actually certify them. But yes, there's no testing.
Okay, because I know we're dealing with a pool of individuals within this community, and sometimes it is hard to find those individuals. So we have to be very honest. So sometimes you might have to change the qualifications, and not to say that we're dumbing down the position, but it's just making sure that we have individuals who at least have a degree or understanding of finance to get an opportunity to fill those positions, of course, with a pre-test or whatever the case may be. So those are suggestions, and I guess you can have those conversations.
2
with
minutes.
the Division of L. And as far as your budget, I'm not sure if I overlooked it, but do you have any appropriation in there to improve when it comes to your IT department, technology? Do you plan on doing any major improvements to IT to get us up to the 21st century?
Yeah, yes, Senator. We actually will be doing some. We target October 1st to start actually gross receipt tax filing online. That's funded through a grant that we received, and we also are planning to, ideally have online tax return filings starting with 2021 for those who are on extension. So we do have funding. We are trying to gather a cost for another major upgrade, but until we have those costs in hand, it'd be premature to request an amount that we don't know.
And as we speak about that, I know while living on the U.S. mainland, sometimes the call centers do be very busy. As far as the utilization of a website, have we ever taken into consideration putting some money aside to update the website so individuals can follow the status or track their refund, whatever the case may be, online?
We're not there yet, Senator, but yes, that is the plan. Once we focus on and get past the online filing, then a lot of those processes will kind of fall in place. But the reason why you can do a lot of those stateside checks is simply because they're online based with their tax filing. So this system that we're putting in place will then trigger a lot of other mechanisms.
Time.
Well, I'm hoping and praying that we see some forward movement with that. It is very necessary. And as you know, this population in the U.S. Virgin Islands, they are more into the technology. I know back in the days it was more paper-based, phone calls. But I can only imagine those ladies down there being bombarded with the phone calls. I know once we can get some monies aside to update our website, we would put less stress on the callers or the call operators, and individuals can be able to do that online. Mr. Chair, I really would like to stick around, but I want to run to the EMT graduation and come right back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. How many fraudulent returns do we have?
Well, I said within the last 2 years, 90% of 13,000.
13,000?
Well, 13,000 error returns came in.
Error returns, so
Error
not
returns.
fraudulent.
Okay, error returns.
Not all of them are fraudulent, but we looked at, and we say kind of 19, last time we checked, about 90% of those. So it'd be about 11,000, 11,500 are need to be looked at.
11,500 what? Errors or fraudulent?
Both. Well, errors, but they include fraudulent.
What's the percentage of errors that are fraudulent? 30, 40, 50? What's the percent?
I think the testimony says 90% of the errors was based on stimulus payments.
Which means?
Means that, so for an example is people rush to get the stimulus payments and they filed that dollar return that we talked about when they in essence actually had wages. So they filed a 1040 for 2018 with $1, then they turn around and they file a 1040 with the real wages that they should have filed. And so we have some duplications there that we have to clear out. So 90% of our errors were after we started the stimulus payments. So then we also have in 2020, taxpayers that are taking the recovery rebate credit, which is the credit for the stimulus payments that they already got in 18 or based on a 19 return, they're now putting it on a 20 return. So that specific line is giving us a lot of errors that we would not have had if that line wasn't even on the return.
So we have a plan to reduce?
Yeah, we reorganized our error department, and they're actually going through some serious training right now to attack those.
So you have some set goals as to how you're going to reduce those numbers?
Yes.
Returns that are filed in St. Croix, where are they entered?
Currently, we had to bring a number of them on St. Thomas because we don't have any data people on St. Croix anymore.
And I asked a question because we need to hire some individuals in that particular area. What's the qualification for that area? What is it? A data?
Data entry repair operators.
Yeah. What's the?
$33,057 is their annual salary.
What's the requirement?
Off the top of my head, Senator, they must possess a degree in IT as well.
A degree?
Yes.
Such as bachelor's?
Accounting as well. Not accounting, excuse me, AA. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the A. I'm sorry.
So they must have either associate or a bachelor's degree?
Yes.
For $33,000. Okay.
And if I could chime in.
Hold on, hang on there yet. I'm not seeing any vacancies for data entry repair.
Currently, we do have one vacancy for the Syncroy, the data entry operator for Syncroy, one.
So how many you have on Syncroy?
0 at this given time. All the operation is being done here in the St. Thomas St. John district.
Okay, so our tax returns are put in a box and put on a plane, and it comes over to St. Thomas. We need to get some individuals hired in this particular position. You only have one vacancy. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 positions. 5, 6, 7 positions. So that means you have 1 on St. Croix and 6 on St. Thomas. You need to, so that you could save time, then to have to send stuff over, we need to get some individuals in that particular position.
Senator, could I say just for the record, we took all of that into consideration on our reorg as well.
Yeah, but the reorg ain't included in this budget request. So in this budget request, how many vacancies are you seeking for that particular area? 1, right?
Yes,
so
Senator.
It's like it's not balancing. Pray God we don't lose a box of 1,000 of returns. In reference to your task force, you have a task force established on both islands?
We just lost our one task force member on St. Thomas. She went to the private sector. So they are primarily on St. Croix, yes.
So you have, how many members make up the task force?
Senator, 3.
These are seasoned internal revenue employees or new employees?
One is a seasoned revenue agent, one is a seasoned internal revenue employee, and the other 2 newcomers.
One is a transfer from another department, and one is new.
So we sent for a task force, you won't want individuals that have worked for the Bureau for a while that understand everything to go out on the task force and to hire, then to have somebody new going out on the task force instead of new staying in the office, and you have some of your senior staff that understand all the mechanism and blah, blah around filing your taxes to go out on the task force?
Yeah, well, our task force does it all. They all go out.
So how do you know people learn all of this stuff? They were trained? We haven't had any internal revenue training. You said for 2 years they were trained? They weren't trained.
Yeah, but 2 have been Bureau employees in the past.
All should be Bureau of Employees. Your Bureau employees understand the inner workings of the division, and somebody new should be in the office getting the requisite training in whatever area than to be going out there on the field. And these are exempt employees?
Yes.
Where are they listed in this report? In the post audit report, page 12 of 17, 12, 13, 14, 15. What's it?
Page 12.
What's the title for these individuals?
Task Force Financial Analysts.
Well, you have 1. So what's the next one? I see a Task Force Financial Analyst. And then a Chief Tax something analyst, policy analyst. That's one?
No, I'm looking at 4 task force analysts, Senator, under unclassified.
Page 12 of 17.
Yeah, I see it. So the salaries vary, 1 at 47, 2 at 70, 1 at 65. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you had established employees that are working for years, this is a chance to give them a bump from that 40-something or 30, to give them a bump. Because you have, I hope the new one ain't making the 70,000. That brand new.
No.
The brand new one making what, 47,000?
Correct.
You sure?
I'm positive.
And these individuals have what, a badge or a pledge? What do they carry around?
Yes, they have all the enforcement tools that they need when they go out. Those are the ones who do the what I call unconventional.
And this, despite the fact that the new ones haven't been trained, you still give them all of the credentials as those who were trained?
Yeah, I mean, because enforcement is enforcement. We are trying to enforce if they support each other. So, you know, we do have a lead in some of these cases. So
I would seriously recommend that these positions go to your seasoned employees who need a bump, who are working hard and, you know, are going to give you their all.
yeah, we like I said, the one that's open on St. Thomas, you know, it is open. So, you know, I'm more than willing to entertain, you know, that whoever wants to apply for it can apply for it.
From within the agency.
Absolutely.
Good news. Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sat here on Division of Personnel website. Your positions aren't even posted. So for us to say that, I am exhausted emotionally listening to, we have vacancies, we need to hire people, and for crying out loud, you can't find the positions anywhere online. We can't be serious. And it says agency after agency, and we sit in budget markup. We called you last year about our resolutions, you remember?
Yep.
We're not against you. We sit in budget markup. Each senator could tell you, and we call each director when we get to your section and we said, hey, based on the budget hearing, we noticed that you have these positions that are needed to be filled. What do you need to fill them? Did we not ask at our last budget markup?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. So going to error resolutions, we asked you about error resolution, you remember?
Yes.
And we provided the funding. Did you hire anyone for error resolution?
Ophelia Hector, Human Resource Director. Senator, I'd like to retract just a little, please, relative to the positions that you're not seeing right now on the NeoGov, the Division of Personnel's recruitment module. I am pleased to say, in fact, that just here, what today is? Wednesday. I received the eligibility listings from the Division of Personnel, certifying some of those candidates for some of the positions that we have right here now in question. So I just wanted to just shed some light as to why you're not seeing those positions on the website if you had to actually go and try to apply.
Okay, hold on a second.
Respond.
Go ahead.
To respond to the question regarding the tax error correction examiner position, yes, we have promoted internally someone for the tax error correction examiner, and on St. Croix as well. So we have that section is.
So in the error resolution, do you still have the two in St. Thomas?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
And isn't one retiring in September?
One of the tax error correction examiners officers.
Yes. Do you not have one retiring in September?
Okay. At this given time, let me just say for the record, yes. Tentatively is what it would be. Tentatively.
So let's go back to because I'm asking about these positions because the lack of filling these positions and a good process does yield to a lower revenue stream. Everything is they're not mutually exclusive. They work in tandem with each other. So how many outstanding, we talk about 13,000 error resolutions. How many outstanding gross receipts, withholding, and excise returns are outstanding to be entered?
I don't have that information. I can get it to you, though. I did not bring that.
Because it's probably more than 13,000, correct? Because the number you give is 13,000 in your testimony. It has to be way more than that. It has to be roughly, because the last time you were here, I don't know if you remember, it was roughly, the last time that last year, you gave me roughly a number of 30-something thousand. So it has to be maybe 40,000 now. Okay, let's go to, have you keyed in any of the 2021 tax returns?
Yes, ma'am.
You have. Okay. And what's your plans to fill the error resolution component? Because all of these tax returns are impacting the government's revenues.
2 minutes.
Senator, are you referencing the upcoming tentative retirement position?
No. Did you fill all the vacancies we gave you? Are we funded? Did you fill those vacancies?
We are going to fill them.
Okay,
because-
so if they were funded from last fiscal year. So did you use the vacancy savings for anything, or you still have it funded?
We still have the fundings for those particular positions that are vacant right now.
Okay, so we didn't redirect anything from the vacancy?
No, at this
savings.
given time, no. At this particular set that we have here.
All right. So these duplications that you spoke about in the earlier part of your, I think someone of my colleagues were asking about duplications. What's the plan to fix that problem and ensure that the taxpayer receives their funding?
We have to, normally how it works, we have both parents come in and bring proof that the child is under.
Who's charged with that responsibility? Which one of your employees? What position would that be?
Currently, we have, let's see, our chief tax policy analyst who's filling that because of the volume.
Okay. Let me go back to my error resolution. Mr. Davis on the line. He used to come before us.
Yes, he is.
Mr. Davis, please answer my question if you can. What's your outstanding to be entered gross receipts, withholding, excise returns? I need an accurate amount.
This is Rosal Davis. Excise tax is online, and basically, it's it's entered when the taxpayers.
How many outstanding do you have? How many error resolutions?
Excise, we don't have any excise outstanding returns.
What about the remaining categories? This is a budget hearing, guys. Okay, while we wait for that information, St. John, have you hired anybody for the excise officer for St. John yet? Or is that vacant? That has been vacant. Well, I know at one point it was vacant for at least 2 years. Have you hired anybody?
Ophelia Hector, Human Resource Director. Senator, that is one of our hard-to-fill positions. We currently have the PRF. Those positions were, in fact, advertised from the month of March of this year. And to date, we are unable to actually have any candidates applied or any candidates applied.
What's the salary?
That salary is $30,519. They're grade 6, step 1.
Okay, so is any reevaluation done on a salary?
Yeah, that's. I want to answer your question. That's the whole thing we've been talking about. Our reorganization that we are.
How long this reorg going to happen for?
We've done our part. So right now we expect OCB to have a successful union negotiation so we can go ahead and get folks' salaries increased.
And the last thing I have, just quickly, is did you intervene? I know at one point we were trying to hire someone into a senior position. Personnel job description required that they pass the senior training. And that was a big contentious issue within IRB. Did you ask personnel to change a job description, or are we going to demand excellence from our employees and require that they pass the requisite skills for the job?
No, I asked for reevaluation of those descriptions because while I recognize the current descriptions and qualifications are set in stone, I do recognize experience does factor into this equation. Now, we're going to reevaluate these job descriptions, but the goal has always been to get people more money and to promote them. So,
Mr. Chair, sorry. I don't know if I agree with your answer because some of those positions require passing a test for some level of clearance with
correct.
IRS, right?
Yes.
So you can't tell me experience when certain tests are required for certain jobs.
I agree with you, which is why we had to rescind those. So I totally agree with
So
you.
that practice did stop.
Yeah, we rescinded the positions, as I
thank you, Mr.
stated
Chair.
in my testimony. So.
Okay, so your discussion with personnel, did it weaken the qualifications of the position?
No, nothing happened. You know, we haven't changed anything as yet.
Okay, well, internally, you don't have individuals that meet those qualifications that could apply internally?
No, I mean, we asked for them to apply, and whoever applied did or did not. And whoever did, unfortunately, we had to rescind because they didn't qualify.
So did we have individuals that qualified that wasn't selected?
We did. Go ahead.
To take it. Good day. Based on my knowledge, we had individuals that applied. Some qualified, some did not qualify. So those that did not qualify, those are those whose position, the promotion, were rescinded.
So if you didn't qualify, you shouldn't have even been considered. You should only consider those who qualified. So the governor's recommended, we're going to close out this particular section. The governor's recommended a $1.6 million cut in personnel. However, your needs are glaring. The operator, data entry operator, you have none on St. Croix, you send in tax returns and boxes to come to St. Thomas to be inputted. We need to hire individuals on St. Croix to input that information. Your audit, you have one chief of audit?
Yes, and a deputy chief of audit.
And that's sufficient? Is that sufficient for all individuals that have an error?
No, the answer is no. We would like more, but we would like more auditors.
So we are requesting, this isn't the final legislature. We know that you have your confines with the budget that has been presented to you by the executive branch, but we are requesting that you give us a list of what is needed so that we don't have to send tax returns to St. Thomas, and so that when an auditor goes on vacation, that everything don't stop. So we need to know exactly what we need. $33,000 and asking for associate or a bachelor's degree, you're not going to get anybody. That's why we funded a couple $100,000 extra so that we could have qualified individuals in those positions, so that individuals don't fall through any loophole and not pay this government because we have sufficient individuals working. We're once again going to attempt to make sure that you have sufficient funding to upgrade the salary of these individuals that you're requesting a degree from. I mean, just a college loan alone for some of these students graduating is $100,000. And they're paying more than $1,000 a month. So I don't know anybody that's going to come here and work for $33,000 with a degree. It's just not going to happen. So I'm going to ask you, we will call you when we're doing the markup, so we can get some more specific information, and we will move on from there. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to answer one last question and then put a closing statement on the record. Short one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the status of your entertainment tax collection?
I'm going to have my Director of Delinquent Accounts chime in. That's Sharon Carr.
Okay, for this period, we only had one entertainment, and it was like $1,200.
Okay, so let me ask you a direct question and then I'll end. So is it your understanding, or do you agree that entertainers who come to the Virgin Islands that are paid $30,000 don't have to pay the entertainment tax?
No, we will go to the the function, and we stay at the gate, and we do our counting, and then we take a 5% of that, of the only the gate.
Okay, so entertainment tax is based on individuals who are coming in, or is it if
Yes,
an
sir.
entertainer is paid, they're exempt?
Well, that's a more
We're
direct
not exempt.
business, that entertainer. When we use the term entertainment tax, it's for an
No,
event.
I'm asking a specific. If you bring in somebody to sing in a village, you pay them $25,000. Do they have to pay a tax? Yes or no?
Yes.
They have to pay a tax.
They're supposed to file the
Okay.
return like everyone else.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. It's 5% on the books.
No, how much what was the total amount? What was the aggregate amount?
1,200.
But she's talking about people who go to see the event. That's the entertainment
Right,
tax.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll dig. I think we need to have a discussion with tourism, division of festivals, because they're saying that foreign singers coming in refuse to pay the tax and blah, blah, blah. So we need to find out exactly what is going on, because when you look at the budget, sometimes we're paying a couple $100,000 in entertainment from off island. So we need to know that. But I'll allow you to put a closing statement on the record, get you guys out to the well. Attorney, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Tammy Parsons Smalls. In those instances where you have non-U.S. people that are performing, there's a withholding tax you have to take out. So the onus is on the government to withhold the tax when you pay the performer. And if the performer fails to file a return, then you have the withholding tax.
What's the withholding tax percentage?
30%.
Oh, 30%? Quite interesting. Okay, thank you so much, Director Lee.
This is my wrap-up statement. Once again, I want to thank this body for its time, and absolutely thank my wonderful team on 3 islands who helped me do what I do and help us collaborate. And once again, I am definitely pushing for our salary reorganization increases, as I've been for some time. Obviously, if it was up to me, I would have already handed it out myself. But obviously, there's a structure in place. But thank my team who's with me, and thank all of the wonderful Virgin Islanders who are being compliant with their taxes.
Thank you so much, Director. The Committee of Finance will take a 5-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the last item on the agenda?
The Virgin Islands Public Services Commission invited testifiers Donald G. Cole, Executive Director.
Director Cole, I'm going to give you an opportunity to put your name and title on the record along with those individuals who are here to support you. I'll begin with you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bailey. My name is Donald G. Cole. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Services Commission. I'll go from my left down.
Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Gomes, the Personnel and IT Manager at the Public Services Commission.
Good afternoon. Sandra Satori, Assistant Executive Director.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. Boyd Sprain, Counsel to the Public Services Commission.
Good afternoon. Brenda Connor, Accounts Maintenance Officer.
Good afternoon. Andrea Hamilton, Assistant to the Accounts Maintenance Officer.
And Mr. Chairman, I think I have in the audience Simra Hendrickson, our Public Relations Officer, and Mr. Sean Hendricks, a legal specialist.
Okay, we'll make sure we save some questions for them. So
Yes.
we'll allow you to proceed now and go ahead and put your testimony on the record.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, the Honorable Chairman, Senator Cartier Valley, the Honorable Chair, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, our President, the Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, the Honorable Senator Samuel Carrion, the Honorable Senator Javani James Sr., the Honorable Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, and the Honorable Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Other members of the 34th Legislature, we are present, who are present, staff of the legislature, my Public Service Commission family, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Donald G. Cole, Executive Director of the Public Services Commission. And I'll read, Mr. Chair. Accompanying me today are Attorney Boyd Sprain, Sandra L. Satori, Assistant Executive Director, Simra Hendrickson, Public Communication Coordinator, Alicia Gomes, Personal Information Technology Manager, Brenda Connor, Account Maintenance Officer, Andrea Hamilton, Assistant Account Maintenance, and Tishon Hendricks, Legal Support Specialist. Present the fiscal year 2023 budget of the Public Services Commission. I want to thank the current members of the Commission, Chairman David Hughes, Vice Chairman Raymond Williams, Commissioner Andrew Rutnick, and Commissioner Pedro Williams, Esquire. I also want to thank our ex officio members, Senator Janelle K. Sarro and Senator Genevieve Whitaker, both of whom have shown a keen interest in the critical work performed by the Commission and the reforms necessary to improve not only the service, but the quality of life in the Virgin Islands. In addition, on behalf of the Commission, I would wish to express thanks to the 33rd and 34th Legislature who have taken time and interest in addressing the requested reforms to the law governing the Commission for public utility, energy, telecommunication infrastructure, waste management, and transportation need. The PSC was established under Title III, Section 273 Virgin Islands Code, and granted its regulatory powers in 1965 by Act Number 1435, codified in Title 30 VIC et Seq. We are a quasi-judicial regulatory agency with a broad mandate to ensure that all Virgin Islanders have access to reliable public services. The PSC is responsible for regulating public utilities, including inter-island ferry services, telephone services, electrical and water services, the Waste Management Authority, and has the authority to designate telephone, broadband, and cable companies as eligible telecommunication carriers in the territory. As part of this statutory mandate, the Commission holds a dual responsibility to both the utility and the ratepayers to ensure that all rates and services are just, reasonable, non-discriminatory, and that the utilities receive a fair rate of return. The PSC's budget is 100% funded through assessment from the utilities it regulates in accordance with Title 30, Section 25A et Seq. Therefore, the Commission's financial health is dependent on the continued growth and viability of those utilities and their customers. The PSC has engaged several mechanisms to address our communication outreach. These include our website, Zoom video conference, Twitter page, our Facebook page, our Instagram page, public service announcement, and news and radio media. These initiatives will give the public a clearer understanding in the work of the Commission and give us the ability to share and receive valuable information timely. The general level of consciousness has been heightened as the public becomes aware of eye-opening facts about the functions and the laws that govern the Commission, including spotlights on each of the entities that the Commission regulates. The PSC and staff hold its regulatory responsibility with the highest degree of dedication and commitment. With the recent passage of and approval of Bill number 340025, the Commission can form and carry out these duties. The Commission is now reduced from 7 commissioners to 5, and the quorum is reduced from 4 to 3. Even with the reduction of the quorum requirements, the board is still undermanned. In addition, the Commission functions only with 4 active members, 4 active commissioners, 2 from St. Croix, 1 from St. Thomas, and 1 from St. John. Though we are without a full complement of commissioners, the PSC carries out its mandate. One of the goals for the fiscal year 2023 is to have a full complement of commissioners so that the PSC can properly function at its fullest potential. As the scope and volume of activities increase, the Commission places more mandate on our professional staff. We're still seeking to hire legal counsel to provide advice to the Executive Director. So, Mr. Chairman, if you know any legal counsel, we need one. We increased the salary, the offering by $10,000, and it's in the budget. So if you know anybody, send them our way, okay? The security integrity of all official document files and records are of utmost importance. We have cemented steps to develop a high-tech document management system to effectively manage, archive, and retrieve our documents. The project is now 100% completed, and we are currently in training phase of the project, where the contractor is working on a schedule to train the PSC staff. Once operational, the system will be user-friendly, tremendously cost-effective, and it will assist with the modernization of our agency. The customer complaint process continues to be revised and updated to ensure that the mandates of Bill of Rights are executed as intended. The newly developed complaint team plays an intricate role in investigating and resolving complaints received by the office. Complaints and cases continue to be tracked to ensure timely resolution, customer satisfaction. The PSC continues to expand on its outreach initiative. Public education activities appearing on local radio and television broadcasts and programs territory-wide. We continue to work with our public utilities to create, promote, and distribute public service announcements to better serve the community. Consumer brochures, surveys, flyers, and fact sheets are updated and disseminated to the public. The PSC continues to work collaboratively with the public agency, including the Virgin Islands Energy Office, Energy Development in Island Nations, National Renewable Energy Laboratories, and the U.S. Department of Energy. An initiative, fossil fuel reduction projects, as well as the U.S. Department of Environmental Protection, Finks a Leak National Campaign, that promotes greater water conservation and efficiency by consumers. The PSC moves forward with a well-established and ongoing consumer campaign such as the VI Lifeline program. Lifeline provide discounted phone services, as well as initial telephone line installation for qualifying low-income consumers to ensure that all Virgin Islanders have an opportunity and security that phone service brings, including being able to connect to jobs, family, emergency service. Lifeline discounts were made available to qualifying low-income consumers, prepaid wireless service plans, and traditional landline service. Discount cannot be applied to another communication service. Lifeline is part of a universal service fund. We continue to closely monitor telecommunication utilities, ensure that the local program and other such programs reach full potential and serve the maximum number of consumers in our community in every area of operation. We work to improve the efficiency of the program with initiatives to engage and enhance the effectiveness of the service that we provide to the utility customers of the Virgin Islands. Since the implementation of the Commission's website, access to information is used extensively by external users. Currently, the navigation and downloading of information is easy and more expeditious as we update our site regularly. PSC orders, dockets, regulations, public hearings, information, and complaint handling forms are readily accessible by the public. Furthermore, the website moves from being hosted by an independent company to the Bureau of Information Technology, which resulted in savings to the agency. Most recently, the website underwent a major renovations. This allowed the site to be more interactive and user-friendly. We anticipate the new website will be fully launched July 2022. In moving with technology, we continue to utilize many social media sites, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, in order to increase our presence in the community. The PSC serves all public utility customers out of centrally located offices in Barbell Plaza and St. Thomas and the Midwest Office Complex in Queen Mary Highway, Estate Carlton, and St. Croix. You can also be reached at the St. Thomas office 340-776-1291, fax 340-774-4971, and the St. Croix office at 340-778-6010, and fax 340-778-030. The PSC continues to comply with Virgin Islands Open Records and Sunshine Law, provides that all meetings, votes, actions, and deliberation of public governmental bodies shall be open to the public, and that the Sunshine Law shall be liberally construed to promote the public policy. The Commission hereby adopts and implements its open record policy to respond to requests for access to public records, information, public documents filed or generated by the PSC. Specific forms may be obtained by contacting the agency or visiting the website at psc.vi.gov. Previously mentioned, the PSC is funded solely by assessment to the regulated public utilities that it oversees. Assessments are deposited in the Public Service Commission revolving fund for the operation of the Public Services Commission. We are requesting approval of the fiscal year 2023 budget of $2,800,332.13. I know what the 13 cents for, which reflect an increase to our $280,998.31, or 0.14% of the fiscal year 22 appropriation. As outlined in our detailed description, we are requesting that the funds remain available until expended. Mr. Chairman, here is a summary of the 2023 budget expenses. Personal services, salaries for 13 staff to include the executive director, assistant director, and the general counsel, which is vacant, which we've been trying to fill for administrative purposes. It also includes stipend budgeted for 5 commissioners to oversee 4 regular meetings and several additional meetings necessary to address the ongoing needs of the utilities and ratepayers. In addition, travel expenses are included for the commissioners meeting with utilities and participation in national, regional, and Caribbean regulatory utility organization and training activity. Or fringe benefits, the government employees retirement system contribution is at 23.5%, which is consistent with prior year and reflects an eligible employee salary up to $65,000, actual premium health insurance, FICA, Social Security, and Medicare at a rate of 7.65%, and workers' compensation. Electricity service for 2 locations. Office supplies, St. Thomas and St. Croix locations included general office supplies, legal periodicals, cleaning supplies, vehicular supplies such as gas, maintenance, and stressor. Rent, repair, and maintenance, 2 rental properties located in St. Thomas and Croix, operated out of the Sunny Isle Shopping Center location since 1995 until Hurricane Maria caused severe damage to the facility in 2017. St. Croix staff immediately moved to share workplace in downtown historic district of Kristen said. Service to ratepayers was seamless and uninterrupted in June 2021. The agency moved into its permanent facility. The office is now housed at the Midwest Office Complex on Queen Mary Highway, Estate Carlton, on the ground level, and the premises is fully accessible to the community along the public bus route and major roadways. Professional cleaning for rental properties, professional services, membership in the Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, NARUC, Organization of Caribbean Utilities Regulator, OCOR, the Mid-Atlantic Conference Regulatory Utilities Commissioners, and MACRUC, stenographic services, training, registration fees, and related costs for convention workshops and regulatory study programs for commission and staff, communication iPads and commissioners, staff members, postage and postal box rental for 2 locations, transportation, non-travel air freight, and municipal parking, travel, hotel, airfare, transportation to attend conferences and training, utilities and regulatory study program, and inter-island travel to include a wonderful agricultural fair on the Big Island of St. Croix, insurance, full coverage, and registered staff for 4 vehicles, 2 each in St. Thomas and St. Croix. Other services, any unexpected unallocated expenses that the agency may incur. For capital outlay, building improvements, computer system purchases and upgrades, including increased use of video conferencing to improve our accessibility to ratepayers and affected utilities, as well as reducing travel expenses and minor office equipment. The budget report is a measurable platform upon which the Commission staff will rely to guide the agency towards meeting the challenges of a dynamic regulatory paradigm common to the industries we regulate. The PSA's strategic plan establishes goals and objectives for the agency and the staff to pursue during the fiscal period and beyond. Focus is intended to move the Commission forward as a government organization that is proactive, public policy making agency that is focused on result-based management. Budget is intended as a living document with strategic goals and performance objectives, subject to modification as with the capacity to adapt and change in the ever-evolving regulatory environment. Flexibility extended in this plan is extended to provide the PFC with the capacity to modify plan necessary based upon the respectively changing industries both locally and globally. It is the intent of the Commission, given the mandate of this office, to move forward in accomplishing the various goals outlined. Remain cognizant of the importance of establishing cost-effective approach. We are also fully aware of the continued financial constraints we as a territory are facing and are making every effort to maximize the financial resources available. At the same time, for this territory to compete economically, it is critical that the territory has reliable and affordable electricity, safe and potable water services, state-of-the-art communication, reliable inter-island transportation, as well as dependable waste management services. Only with these services can we hope to build our economy. The proposed budget fully reflects the broader responsibilities our agency has assumed and will provide us with the means to better address the needs of the people of the territory. Number and range of matters which the Commission must address continues, and the technical, legal, and financial issues are more complicated and extremely important to the future of the territory. Finally, Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier, 100% of the PSC's operations depend on assessment from the utilities. Timely receipts of these assessments is paramount to our agency's function. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the utilities have been challenged in paying assessment. WAPA's late payments are increasing problem. The Commission will continue to work with the utility to mutually agreed payment plan. Chair, I would like to thank the Brian Roach administration and all senators once again for their continued support of the PSC. I would also like to acknowledge and appreciate my staff whose experience, hard work, and commitment have proven invaluable as we work together to carry out the mission of the PSC. Chairman, we are now available to answer any questions that you may have, which we think would be not too much. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I must say that I need to put on my shades because I had surgery on my eyes, and as you can see, my eyes are running water, so to reflect the sun, the lights, Mr. Chair. So please excuse my outs.
You're good, you're good.
You're good, okay. Thank you, sir.
In the budget book, according to the post auditor, in the fiscal year 2023 budget book, they said that your budget for 2022 was $2,770,351 in the budget book.
Yeah, in the post-audit budget book.
No, those numbers came from the budget book that was sent to us from OMB.
I'll defer to Ms. Connor, Mr. Chair, to explain what has happened. We've seen some discrepancies in what was presented.
Okay.
Yes, according to Act 8497, we requested that our ceiling be increased to 2.5 million. Apparently, the budget was also increased to 2.5 million.
Okay, but you, and I'm looking at that right now, 8497, the sum of $2.5 million. And then we amended the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 25A, Section B, and struck the 1800 and inserted 2.5.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. But your request this year is for how much?
It's for $2 million. Our budget this year is going to be $2,080,332.13.
Yeah, but then in your testimony, Director Cole, you said an increase.
Yeah, because the budget last fiscal year.
Can I explain?
That is
When we came before you last year, we came with a budget of $1,799,333.22. When this legislation was passed, it stated that the budget was up to $2.5 million. So it gave us an increase of $700,000 extra. So what OMB did, when I went through the report, they apparently put it inside the other services. So that carried our budget up to that point. So in my world, or in my records, it's not an actual increase because we are operating at the 1.79 budget that we came before you with.
So you never received the 2.5?
And well, we didn't. Remember now, we go on assessment to the utility, and we already had assessed the utilities for the 1.799. So we don't actually have the funding, the physical revenue for the 2.5. We only have up to the 1.799.
Mr. Chair, the fiscal year 2021, remember this new legislation set the ceiling for this fiscal year going forward. So back in 2021, we were operating under the old ceiling. So now going forward, we were able to increase because we got the ceiling increase, and we thank you for increasing the ceiling. So that is why this 23 budget...
That increase was for the fiscal year October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022.
Yeah, but the budget was already sent down.
The assessment was already in place.
The assessment was already in place that we were utilizing. When the budget process begins, what we send is already in place based on what we have.
If I might clarify, if I can, Senator. The legislation sets a cap on the assessment that may be imposed on all of the utilities to fund the PSC. But we have not reached that, and we are not proposing to reach that cap. The actual assessment was just under 1.8 million last year. It's recommended at just in excess of 2 million this year. There is still substantial cap space left. We are not seeking to use all of that cap space.
All right.
Okay, understood. Senator Blyden, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Director Cole and your supporting team there with you, and thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let me ask quickly, the young lady that just spoke, what's your name again?
Brenda Connor.
Ms. Connor, you said that it's the difference was under other services and charge, is that what you said? Because in the postal report it's showing under other services and charge for fiscal year 22, this fiscal year, 1.3 million is down to 440,000 for fiscal year 23.
That's what I was trying to explain.
Okay.
That when we requested the 2.5 million ceiling increase, apparently the budget will also increase to 2.5. That's not what we came before you for. We came before you for the 1.799. So this includes a 700,000. Plus, what we requested was 360-something thousand for that other service.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Okay.
Director Cole, you spoke in testimony to the complaints and cases which continue to be tracked to ensure timely resolutions and customer satisfaction. So how long have you been tracking them?
Well, our customer service portion of the PSC basically is ramped up. We track every complaint that comes in. If someone gets a bill, and a WAPA bill, which we know is high, and last month the bill was $150, and then they get a bill for $500, the complaint is coming, and we have to sit down and go through the process.
So how many of those complaints have we had, say, over the last year?
Over the last year?
Yeah. Would you have that information? Since you've been tracking
that
them?
information is available, but I can't give you the specificity, but I'm guaranteeing you that it's way over 100. It's way over 100. Like I said, on a daily basis, every month, when WAPA sends out its bill, we have customers for water supply. We also have calls from VIA. We have calls from Liberty. We have calls from Waste Management, and those are tracked, and the complaint officers deal with those issues.
Okay.
It's voluminous.
Okay, through the chair, if you can send that information, I appreciate it. Also, you spoke to the website that's being managed by the BIT? What are the cost savings?
The cost savings?
Yeah, you see, BIT is a host right now.
I'll turn that over to Ms. Gums.
What
Ms.
the
Gums,
cost
can you
savings?
respond to that, please?
What the cost savings to the
Good afternoon, Alicia Gomes, Personnel and IT Manager. There is no fee charged to us by BIT.
I know that, but that's why I say what the cost saving you're paying the independent person before, right?
Before that, we were paying approximately $300 per year.
Okay, well, it ain't much better savings. Okay, thank you.
One full up basket.
Correct. Okay, and also, when it comes to your mission statement, one of your mission statements is to educate utility customers and distribute timely and essential information to the public. How often do you do that?
We provide information basically on a daily basis. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I should say this, I am on program basically every week. I disseminate information to the public. My public relations officer, she's on, you know how these younger generation of Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, and all those information, they're being disseminated on a daily basis.
Okay,
1 minute.
Very well. And another mission statement is to conduct overviews, audits to ensure proper management and financial practices of regulatory utilities. When was the last time you have done any audit?
Who have done any audit?
Conduct overview audits. When last have you done an overview audit?
The Public Services Commission is served to look at the audits of each one of the entities that we regulate.
Correct.
Like WAPA.
Correct.
Like VIA. These audits come in. We're able to look at the audits with our consultants. We're able to question and look at those audits as to whether or not they are utilizing the funding that they receive to the best interest of the public. We don't do audit. We look at the audits that come into us.
So you do it as necessary, or
Annually.
How is it
It
done?
happens annually. Like WAPA just submitted its fiscal year 2020 audit that just came into us. The both companies annually have to submit audit on a monthly basis. Ms. Hamilton right here goes through the finances, what they do on a monthly basis, the ridership, how much money they take in. So we do that on an ongoing basis.
Very well.
Time.
Well, I want to thank you for your testimony and thank you for what you do, and appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. You had any more questions? You good? Senator DeGraff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Joe Cool and the Shades. I like that. I like that.
Medically advised.
Yes. I agree. I wanted to go straight again to personnel first. And I see there was some wage increases for personnel.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
When I looked at the governor's budget, the governor allocated for the executive branch, I think you can help me, Mr. Chair, with $10 million or that amount for increases, and speak to the fact that the cost of living has gone up. So at my agency, I try to stay in line with the executive and legislative branches of government as to compensation for the employees. So we submitted.
For me, you ain't got to dull it down for me. You know, I'm glad for that, because
You're glad
I'm saying
for that?
the services that you provide and the work that you do, so you don't got to sell me on it. You know what I mean? I'm all for getting the employees paid to do the job that they're doing.
Well, I'm telling you, Senator, if it wasn't for the employees, I wouldn't be as successful, and the agency would not have been as successful in the job that we do. So compensation is necessary.
Exactly. I agree 100%. Now, you say there were 2 vacancies?
Yeah, we have the vacancy for the legal counsel, and we've been trying, Senator. We've posted it on our website. We've posted it at personnel. And I think at that point in time, we were offering, I think it was $110,000. We have increased that by another $10,000 and put it in for another 10, so it's up to 120. So hopefully, we will get something again. We might have to jump it up again, but
Okay, because I was looking at the post-audit report from 2022. They had the general counsel at 103. That's what I was wondering.
that was what. So we move it up to 120.
Yeah, so the 120 now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's good. Just don't go with none from the legislature, guys. But and that's good. And then, like we were talking again about your complaints. Basically, you're still collecting or getting complaints, so you're not really worried about the complaint officer.
No. We what happened is when the budget call begins every year, a budget is sent to OMB, a proposed budget. At that point in time, we had a vacancy in that because that vacancy has been filled, but it was not a part of the budget because the budget cycle began while there was a vacancy, and I think the vacancy is sitting next to you over there. And you're right.
Yeah.
And you left.
I'm a left. Okay. Go. and I think finally the based on what is shown for the different utilities where you're collecting actually 2,080,332.14. That's your request now for 23 budget.
Correct.
Now explain one more time for me. Now you said you're budgeted at 2,000,005.
The ceiling is at 2,000,005.
Okay.
And our budget this year is for 2,080,000.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So with 2 vacancies, which would still come in less. So I was just wondering how come you didn't really go for a little higher ask, even if you had intent of looking to maybe bump up for your legal counsel or anything like that.
Well, Senator, what is happening is we at the agency, we depend on the utility to make the assessed payment. WAPA has been having problems. As a matter of fact, the Waste Management Authority is delinquent in its payment. So to bump up the health of these agencies, as I mentioned in the testimony, is dependent on the availability of funds that we get from them. So you have to be cautious in allocating these resources because if WAPA don't pay on time, then finance is going to be calling me, OMB is going to be calling me and saying, hey, listen, we don't have any money in the account.
No, I got that. And I think that's good stewards of actually being on top of what you have to do. And like I say, you started off with paying your personnel. And finally, the state of the facilities that they're working. What are the conditions and do you need it in terms of capital outlay? I know these are rentals, but how are you working with the landlord in terms of maintaining these properties for your employees to be working in a safe environment?
Well, I let Ms. Sitori, who's the assistant director on the island of St. Croix, who was instrumental in getting leased property in St. Croix to explain to you what we had to go through over there. Ms. Sitori, Mr. Chair, if you...
Yes, good afternoon. Sandra Satori, Assistant
afternoon.
Executive Director. The St. Croix operations actually just a year ago moved into our new facilities on St. Croix after being out of office space for about 3 years. And so the building that we're in right now is completely new facilities. The landlord has been very cooperative and instrumental in making sure that everything, on the property is running smoothly. If in fact we do have any issues, we'll contact him and he will address them immediately. So because it's new facilities, we really and truly don't have any issues. We have sufficient parking space for our customers. We're, as we stated in the report, we're on the public transportation route, and we are adjacent to several local roadways. So our customers...
That's very good to hear. And for St. Thomas also?
St. Thomas, we're up in the Barbell Plaza area. We've been there for a while. I must say that our building is needs refurbishing, the exterior of the building. If you drive through Barbell Plaza and you see the pothole and all the stuff that's there, and the parking, and because we're next to the court, a lot of people come in and park.
Right.
I mean, the students from high school come and park, so parking becomes a problem at a certain point in time. Over the years, the landlord has been asking for an increase, but we have not provided that increase because we keep asking them to keep the pigeons out, to keep this out, and that is not happening. But within the facility, we have done a good job in maintaining the interior of the facility. The exterior is not for us, but we complain about it all the time.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. And the Barbell Plaza property is $65,580,
Yes, sir.
and they refuse to fix it, to do any maintenance outside, any basic.
The exterior of the building. You know, in the yard. I don't know if you ever been up. You go up to Barbell Plaza, you see the parking lot.
So there's no responsibility of the landlord to maintain the outside.
Yes, there is, but it's like pulling teeth. You know, tell him you need to. Then you have certain businesses there, Mr. Chair, where you have a nightclub, right? And then on the weekend when the nightclub is in action, you come back Monday morning and a bunch of can and battle and thing all over the place. You have to call him and say, hey, listen, man, you need to clean this place, create a contract. So you have to reach out to him rather than it's being done and as he's supposed to in accordance with the lease.
Okay. Now, in reference to your fee schedule, that's the estimated amount of Waste Management Authority? On 1.6, 1.7? Assess gross operating revenues and then the assess fees.
This is we've used the audited financials from previous years. This is just an estimated. We have not received the audited financials for this year. So once that's completed, this fee schedule will change to reflect the current
And they
revenues.
recently implemented the tipping fees, so that is also
We'd have
going
to
to
look
be
into
included
that.
here, correct?
We'll have to look into that, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the Waste Management Authority is basically challenging the fact that we are assessing them, and we assess them based on the appropriation that is provided by the government. And they're saying that we should be assessed by the fees. The legislature changed them to make them a full regulatory entity under the PSC. Thus, that funding, as we assess them, and is from that. The fact remains they might come to the legislature and ask for an appropriation to pay for that assessment. I'll allow Attorney Spring to speak to the issue as to the assessment and that particular issue that we're discussing with the Waste Management Authority.
If you like.
Yes.
It has been an issue with waste management from the outset that in general, we are assessing private businesses when we are doing, or publicly owned corporations. And the Waste Management Authority was originally set up with the idea that it would become a self-funding entity. I guess that's been 18 years now that that's been in existence, and we're nowhere near making it self-funding.
Getting worse.
So we also recognize that there are a number of additional fees and charges that are expected, but one of the biggest things that was originally intended to happen was an environmental user fee that was repealed and taken off the table. However, the best proxy we have for a normal audited financial statement is the budgeted appropriation plus the revenues, which should be reflected in that budgeted appropriation. So we have used that as a proxy for an audited financial statement in order to assess waste management on a reasonable proportion of the basis. And that has been the agreed process since at least 2007. We understand the current management has some issues with that. I don't really understand what those are, but I hope to have further discussions with them to resolve that.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Sarro, you recognize?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The rental that you have over in St. John, to this body. Are you up to date on your payments?
Senator Saru, we have closed the office in St. John.
Oh, so you don't owe any rent? You're not paying rent to
No,
us?
we paid you everything.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, okay.
It's just, just making sure that you owe us no money. I see an increase in utilities, 10%. Tell me, how did you get to that 10%? You're the only agency I see with an increase in utilities, and I know that we have a global crisis happening with our fuel and some commodities.
Well, actually, with the new St. Croix office, there's more square footage. So therefore, because the size of the area space, most likely the AC is going to pull more, and during the summer months, it tends to escalate. So we're just anticipating
$5,400 extra in utilities?
Wait, it's actually, yeah.
Who gave you that number? How you come up with that number? I understand, but
We usually pay, how much we pay for...
Ms. Hamilton, talk to me. You know?
Andrea Hamilton, assistant to the account maintenance officer. We usually pay roughly around $1,200 a month for St. Croix office.
Okay.
And St. Thomas usually runs like between 2 and 3.
Okay. Now let's move to other services and charges. I don't know if anybody talked about this. You have a massive reduction. Other services and charges, what was that used for? What's in that category?
In other services?
Mm-hmm.
Other services include, we include auto repair maintenance, travel / cash advances, for airline tickets.
So you have, go ahead, finish.
Communication, advertising, promotion, training.
That's close to $1 million you cut in, well, 900,000. So, in post page 5 of 8, is that accurate?
It's not accurate.
I can't see you cutting $900,000 from your from
It's
that
not
section.
accurate because in the beginning I was telling them that with
Why
the,
miss it?
Yeah.
Talk to me again. I was looking for food. Go again.
we were talking about the act that was passed, 8497, when we requested that the ceiling be increased to 2.5.
Okay.
And they actually increased the budget by 2.5.
Got it. Okay. Let's go to Director Cole. How long are you going to pay rent? The PSC is to exist forever.
Senator, I have looked at buildings here, and I've looked at some government buildings, see whether or not we have the capacity to go in and refurbish. And the truth be told, I was not as diligent as I should, okay? But I have looked. I looked at the Cinema One building up there before it was purchased.
Because you've been in the Senate, we could give you a one-time appropriation to retrofit a building, and the long-term effects of it would be 65 plus 65 plus 65, and then worrying about the pigeons and worrying about
the parking lot and the whole
right?
stuff. I agree, Senator. I would pledge to, in my capacity, to go out and look and see whether or not we can accomplish that, okay?
I'm giving you 6 months in and carry on your cell phone.
6 months, okay. I'm going to look into it.
Okay, now we see the personal increase. Go to personal, you have a 12% increase. And what's your fringe, first of all? Your fringe is at what, 40?
Fringes is at 418,890.
What percentage are you?
1 minute.
48%, 46? Where are you calculating your fringe at?
What's the calculator?
What percentage?
It's about the contribution is about 23.5, while the Medicaid is like 1.45, and plus you have the insurance and the life insurance for the employees, like 1992 per person. So a calculation of everything, it comes to that.
So roughly 46. 40, 45. Okay. So you have an increase in salaries. Let's go to your I'm going to end with your vacancies. What position had increases? I know one is admin officer 1, because that was contentious for me. The employees in here now, because clearly we didn't make them whole. So I said that person is now making roughly 10,000 more than what he was making. So beside this position, what positions received increases?
Good afternoon, Senator Saru. Alicia Gomes, Personnel and IT Manager. In actuality, the employee that is now with the legislature received an increase before he left.
Okay, so he left. So he left at 45.
He left at 40. We have put in for an increase for all of the employees in this budget.
Okay, so let's go back. So what positions received an increase here?
All the positions received an increase in this budget.
What percent?
Each person received the same amount across the board.
And what's that?
Not in $5,000, not including the general counsel and the assistant executive director.
Okay.
Time.
Mr. Chair, may I conclude? So have we done everybody have a reorg going on apparently. Have we done an assessment of the credentials of these positions? What's required? Because across government, I'm seeing that a person with a master's degree is being supervised with somebody with a high school diploma. No offense to anybody's level of education. But in a hierarchy of things, and I guess I'm sounding like Meg Savanero across the way with this now, have we assessed the credentials of personnel, who's managing personnel, the years that they've been working at the PSC, to ensure that you have parity across the board?
We definitely have done that, Senator. Last year, we revamped all of our job descriptions. We take a look at the qualifications of each employee to make sure that everything is in line. So we do take a look at that because that's definitely a morale killer. Right. So we definitely take that into consideration.
Okay, so we have people who are qualified being paid compensatory to their education.
Most definitely.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Do you want to give you additional time? Then you give me back time.
But I didn't, I just wanted to know which positions, but if everybody got a 5,000 increase, I just get worried about raises for staff who sometimes it's really troubling to see people that are overqualified and their superiors making less than their superiors. I want to ensure that with all these raises that came across, if we were being fair.
Senator, yes. In my management style, we compensate, yes. And some may get a little more, but I said, no, let's give everybody at this point in time and then see how our budget flow, because we're managing within a budget. Like I say, if waste management don't pay and WAPA don't pay, we still have to make those payrolls. So that is basically what we look at. With the the assistant director in St. Croix, when I came into the agency, her salary was extremely low, and I made a decision that it has to come as close to mine as possible because she does the job that I do in my absence.
Mr. Chair, I have one more important question, sorry. So the car ferries are not included in the mass transit system, just the ferries. And the car ferries, we had a debate in here because some of them are struggling and they wanted it failed. One, they wanted a gross receipt exemption. That failed. So we realized that they're not receiving any level of subsidy. And the person that owes them the most amount of money is the government of the Virgin Islands. So we have an amendment to include them into the mass transit system via the code. Now, does that mean, I guess Attorney Srin, does that mean that they would have to be under the jurisdiction of the PSC if they're included in the mass transit system? Because the definition right now includes everything but ferries. But when you look at the upper part of the code, I think the legislative intent was to include them, but it's not listed.
Senator, I do not believe that just including them in the mass transit plan would place them within the Public Services Commission's jurisdiction. There would have to be changes to Chapter 1 of Title 30 to make it explicit. We have a list of entities. We removed a number of things in the reforms that happened last year that were obsolete.
You did.
and well, we recommended and you made the changes, where we removed some things that were obsolete and added some things back in. And if you wanted those entities, those car ferries, as opposed to the passenger ferries, added to our jurisdiction, that's the place to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Saru. In reference to the assessed fees, everybody up to date?
No, Whopper is behind, but we have a payment plan. We have a payment plan because Whopper is seriously challenged in terms of cash flow. So we have a payment plan. I think for this fiscal year, we're behind, I think, what it is, Ms. Connor?
They owe us currently about $570,000.
For this fiscal year?
For this
Correct.
fiscal year.
So that's out of,
1 point,
like 1.2?
yeah.
Yeah.
I
But they
don't have it
they
here.
have committed to a payment plan. As a matter of fact, we received a check, was it yesterday?
Received a check about 2 days ago.
2 days ago for $200,000. So the new
So the-
management is
so the-
telling me that they're going to pay.
Okay.
But my problem is Waste Management Authority.
But the assessed fees is only 16,000.
Waste Management?
That's what you have here.
No.
In
16,000. No.
In the
Waste
budget book.
management was 367,000.
367, okay, in the budget. In the post-audit report, I guess we have the wrong amount. So you assessing them the fees based on their budget?
That's the only way we
Based
can
on
assess
the-
them.
Yeah,
That's not a right way to
and the
assess.
revenues.
That's not gross. So you're using that as a gross operating revenues for the waste management?
Yes,
Correct.
that's what we use. Because the fees, as Attorney Sprain mentioned, their funding comes from the central government. And that's the only funding that they have. The limited fees that were put in place is where they're saying that is what we should be assessing them at the fees. But if we assess them there, then we now have to assess the other utilities at a higher rate. So we utilize the appropriation as the barometer to assess.
How is it done in other jurisdictions? Waste management, garbage. In terms of assessment of fees, how is it done? In other jurisdiction?
Mr. Chair, I haven't looked into it.
In most jurisdictions that I'm familiar with, waste management is funded by a charge to each residence and each business, and that charge is not voluntary. It is a mandated charge.
Correct.
You get those services, which then results in a fee collection and a budget that covers
Correct.
revenue. We don't have any comparable equivalent here. The only things we really have at this point are the limited tipping fees for commercial haulers, and we have a fee for wastewater users, which is a very limited fee for septic systems. And those are the only fees of significance that we are aware of that Waste Management collects at this time. Those do not, while they generate useful revenue for the Waste Management Authority, they are not close to covering Waste Management's costs.
Because all the other entities that are here, the gross operating revenues that are listed are a direct result of fees that they charge, correct?
That is correct.
So WAPA collects $144 million a year from electrical bills that they send out.
WAPA collects that on non-fuel bills. The LEAC is excluded from WAPA's. They're the only utility that gets to exclude energy costs from theirs. But for everyone else, yes, it is their gross revenues.
Okay, and the gross revenue is based on fees that they collect or charges that they make to their clients.
That's correct.
Right.
However, the waste management, the amount that you're assessing is not fees. It is the government subsidy to an entity that does not charge. So I don't know if I see the argument of being able to assess them 360. It's not fees. It's monies that we're paying for the collection of garbage for the territory. The government of the Virgin Islands, we pay to collect garbage. In every other jurisdiction across the mainland, it is a fee that is assessed.
And Mr. Chair, that's
the argument they're giving you?
That's the concept that we're looking at, is that somebody is paying for that, and the government allocate these resources to you on an annual basis. Now, there might be some legalese there. Attorney Spring and their counsel is going to sit down and go over that, because Director Merritt is claiming the same argument that you're putting forth, but we're telling them, well, that is how you're funded. You're funded to the government, and the government pays for the collection of trash. That's a fee that the government pays for.
As a starting point,
I agree with
Senator,
Merritt's argument, but go ahead.
As a starting point for the discussion, if we were looking at an audited financial statement for the Waste Management Authority, it would reflect the receipt of those funds as a revenue to the authority, the appropriation, as it reflects the fees. That is the cost of that operation. So the only, from our perspective, the only comparable way to fairly treat waste management like we treat Vitelco or the ferry companies is to charge it based on what they have in revenues to perform their services. And that's the number that's necessary to reach that.
So back to the question that Senator Saru asked, with the barges, if you include them in that particular section, will they then be assessed a fee?
Yes.
And the PSC would have to set that fee. So we'll have to go through and do a docket on it and do an assessment of that fee. They would have to file, tell us cost for fuel, the cost, all of that stuff, and then the PSC would set the fee. And there have been, Mr. Chair, I know over the years, they have resisted that. I remember when former Lieutenant Governor Derek Hodge served here in the body, he tried to do that, and they vehemently resisted. They didn't want any regulation whatsoever. So,
okay, and with them not being included in the code, then they're out of the public transportation realm.
Yes.
In reference to anything, grants, anything else that you could think about.
Yes. But mass transit.
In your estimation, with your legal counsel, does it make sense to put them in? Would that qualify? Just like how we have recently qualified for a new ferry with federal
I think
monies.
it's 3 of them.
Yes. So if we were supposed to include the car ferries, would it benefit or not benefit the Virgin Islands? Would it benefit us in terms of being available to apply for federal monies for car ferry service? Just like how we got the Vitran boats and it was given to one of the local operators, would it be the same? Because we have the bill coming, we got to make sure we got the pros and cons so that if it doesn't make sense, then we don't bring the bill. If it makes sense, then we bring it.
Well, the mass transit system that is established between St. Thomas and St. John, specifically for the school, the transportation of students coming across, it was set up to become a part of the mass transit. That's the same conduit that they use to travel back and forth. So will they qualify under that mass transit definition? Just because they travel between St. Thomas and St. John, would they qualify under mass transit? I think that's one of the questions that needs to be answered. Would they qualify under mass transit? Because that mass transit specifically for like a school bus traveling from the boat become a school bus traveling from St. Thomas to St. John, like Manasseh gets funding because the bus travel back and forth. That's my understanding of that mass transit. So mass transit, transporting individual versus vehicles.
Well, the vehicles have individuals in them. You have somebody that jump on a boat that's coming to St. Thomas to work, and they're coming in the vehicle. And you have the transportation of goods, trailers, etc., that go over to provide needed supplies to the island of St. John. You have the transportation of garbage back and forth. So is it considered? I think it's something we need to discuss in depth to see as to whether or not it is the direction that we need to go in, and as to whether or not we'll be able to receive additional funding
I
to
agree.
be able to subsidize the service.
We can look at it, and Mr. Chair, one of the things that the ferry services complain about to us vehemently is that somebody gets in a vehicle and they have 6 people in the vehicle going to St. John, taking away from their ridership. So the vehicle travel with a driver, and then 6 other people is in there. Those 5 should travel on the boat going over. And there's a cost, so they complain to us about losing ridership because of the barge service that carrying people.
What's your view on that?
I believe that something needs to be done to compensate the ferry franchise for those people that are traveling on the barge. If the barge is taking a vehicle, then somebody should be there. You got 5 of you, the fee to go over that you're taking away from the.
Well, I mean, I go on a car barge all the time, and I don't really see a lot of that. I see individuals, 1 or 2 individuals, a small family of 2 or 3. I don't see really no bunch of 5, 6 individuals that are just taking advantage of the ride. Most of what I see is just families that are going over, individuals that are commuting between the islands. I mean, if you already got to come to travel from St. John and come to St. Thomas to buy goods and then travel back, you don't want any unnecessarily additional fees.
The ferry companies would present a different argument, and they have presented statistics to us stating that. So, like Mr. Chair, what I'm saying is something
I understand
we
what
need
you're
to
saying,
examine.
but the big difference is the ferry companies receive a subsidy and the barges don't.
Exactly.
So the barges receive 0, and the ferry companies receive a subsidy. So
Let's see the pros, the benefits, the cost-benefit analysis in doing it. But I know they have resisted it for years.
it's something that I think we need to look at. Point of inquiry, Senator Saru, and then they got off easy today because my other colleagues in St. Croix are attending a graduation ceremony. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Who defines mass transportation?
I think the mass transit is done to the federal government. I think it's the federal government.
Okay, and the federal government.
And you.
So we have the thank you. So we have the ability to define mass transit via the VI code, right?
I think so. I say, I'm not sure. It needs to be researched. Council would.
That's an easy answer because we don't have the same makeup as any other state, just like Hawaii and even up in Nantucket.
Yeah, and you have up in Washington State, the ferry that goes over to stuff. All those things are
correct. And St. John depends. The barge is their livelihood. When you have to come down for dialysis.
I agree.
And when you go and you catch a barge, if you're just going on a typical day, half of the barge is trucks. And the basic needs of St. Johnians, and then the cars come on, but first preference really goes to the basic goods that St. John does need. So it has to be a matter of mass transit. And then the ferry companies complaining about 6 people in a car, the ferries are packed from sun up to sundown.
They would tell you not. Ask Ms. Hamilton.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the latitude.
thank you so much. As I said, my colleagues are attending an EMT graduation on the island of St. Croix, so they asked to be excused a bit early. Thankfully, this is a small entity, and your budget is very straightforward. Your budget is based on the fees that are collected from the various entities that you regulate. So this committee is good. We now fully understand that the $2,500,000 is just a cap, but it's actually what you collect in assessed fees. The last question would be, all those entities are paid up via the ferries, all of them up to date with their assessed fees?
Yes, except WAPA and Waste Management.
Are you going back with Waste Management?
I have them allocated. I have them allocated to provide some funding. If they don't, then I have to increase The others. That's how it is. So it's a percentage.
It's a balancing act, yeah.
Yeah, it's a percentage. So, Mr. Chair, maybe when they come to you and they say, well, can you give us an appropriation to take care of that? You can understand our dire strait in
We have some serious concerns with waste management. We have outstanding balances to the tune of, I think it's $32 or $34 million that is owed between 3 entities that have provided service to the Virgin Islands. So we need to begin to reduce those balances, and it's not 32 million, 34 million that has accumulated this fiscal year. It goes all the way back to like 2016, so we know that we need to make that whole. They have implemented the tipping fees, and they are going to present a plan at some point as to the costs of garbage disposal. So there's a lot of work within that realm, and we need to continue to keep our island clean and continue to be able to pay for the service. And they're actually running at a deficit every year. We have tremendously increased their budget. So your assessed fees have increased because they were 20-something million before, like 25, 26.
Yeah.
We increased it to 35 million. And there's still a need to provide some additional funding until we could get them to be able to clear the books of all of those outstanding amounts. And they're bad, well, I won't say bad, but it is sad that those vendors are local Virgin Islanders that have put out a tremendous amount of monies and they're now owed. So this body is going to try to rectify that situation, and we have submitted some legislation that would pay down and those outstanding balance, because we must continue to pay it down until we get rid of it, and then we're able to establish a path moving forward as to how garbage will be able to pay for itself.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, and I know you guys have I'm going to use the word, but the stick-to-itiveness to get that done.
Yeah, and we will. So I'll allow you to put a closing statement in the record, and you can go home and rest your eye. And
thank you very much, Senator Bailey, Senator Saru, and Senator DeGraff and Blyden, who are here, and my colleagues in St. Croix. I hope you enjoyed your ceremony. Any questions that needs to be answered can always be placed and be sent to us. We'll be able to respond. We want to thank you for hosting us, having us here, and you guys have a continued success in your budget hearing. Thank you very much.
We want to thank you so much. We want to apologize to everyone for the late arrival of lunch. I thank you for your service. It's not 4 o'clock, and we finished. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.
Thank you, Senator.